Allow yourself to settle. Find a comfortable position wherever you happen to be resting tonight. Let your body sink a little deeper into whatever is beneath you. There's nothing you need to hold up right now, nothing you need to keep tense or alert or ready. You can let all of that go. Just breathe. Take one slow breath in, hold it for a moment and let it out slowly without any hurry. Take another, a little slower than the first. Feel your chest rise and fall, the way the surface of a calm sea rises and falls, almost without you noticing. And another breath, slower still. Feel the weight of your body settling into the surface beneath you. Feel whatever tension you've been carrying in your shoulders, your jaw, your hands, beginning to loosen. Not forced, just released, the way a closed fist eventually opens once there's nothing left it needs to hold on to. With every breath, your body grows a little heavier, a little quieter, a little further from wherever your mind has been all day. Tonight, we're going somewhere most people never think about. A place so deep, so remote, so completely separated from ordinary life that human engineering itself is pushed to its absolute limit just trying to reach it. A place where the ocean floor isn't flat at all, but a landscape of valleys deep enough to swallow entire mountain ranges. A place where pressure alone can fold solid steel as easily as paper. We're going down, all the way down, to the deepest point on the entire surface of this planet. But first, you need to rest. So let your eyes close if they haven't already. Let your jaw soften. Let your shoulders drop a little further away from your ears. Let your hands rest, open and unclenched, exactly where they are. The trench has been waiting down there for longer than anything alive today has existed. It can wait a little longer while you settle. Picture the ocean at night, open water, dark and endless, stretching toward every horizon. No land in sight, no coastline, no lights anywhere except what the sky itself provides. You're floating gently on the surface, supported completely, the water holding your full weight without any effort at all, the way it has always held everything that trusts itself to it. Above you, stars, countless of them, scattered in every direction, reflecting faintly in the water around you, small points of pale light, catching on every ripple. You float quietly in that space between sky and sea, between one kind of vastness above and another kind of vastness below. Because beneath you, far beneath where any sunlight reaches, lies something almost impossible to properly picture. A crack in the Earth's crust, not a small one. A crescent-shaped scar curving for over 1,500 miles across the floor of the western Pacific Ocean near a small chain of islands called the Marianas. This is the Mariana Trench. Let your breathing slow further as we begin to sink toward it. The water around you is still warm here, still lit faintly by the stars above. But we're going to descend, slowly, without any rush at all, down through layers of water that grow darker, colder, quieter, with every passing meter, until eventually we reach a place where light has never once existed. Take one slow breath and let yourself begin that descent now. The surface fades above you. The sound of wind on water disappears. What replaces it isn't quite silence, but something close to it. A deep, ambient hush pressing in from every direction at once. At the very lowest point of this entire trench lies a place with a name that sounds almost too dramatic to be real. Challenger Deep, and it earns that drama completely. Its lowest measured point sits at roughly 36,089 feet below the surface. Let that number settle for a moment, the way every number tonight will need a moment to properly land, because numbers like that don't mean very much on their own. They need something to compare against. So picture this instead. Imagine taking Mount Everest, the tallest mountain on the entire surface of the Earth, and lowering it gently into Challenger Deep, base first. The very peak of Everest, the summit that has claimed so many climbers' lives over the past century, the highest point human beings have ever physically stood upon dry land, would still sit more than 7,000 feet beneath the surface of the water above it. The deepest point on this entire planet could swallow the tallest mountain on this entire planet and still have over a mile of water left over. Let your body sink a little heavier into wherever you're resting right now, matching the depth of what we're imagining. There's nothing frightening in this, only scale, only the particular, quiet wonder that comes from realizing how much of this world exists in dimensions most people never properly consider. Nobody knew this trench existed until remarkably recently, and the way it was found is a story worth pausing on. In the 1870s, a ship called the HMS Challenger set out on a 4-year voyage with an extraordinarily simple, extraordinarily tedious mission. Map the ocean floor, not with sonar, not with satellites, since none of that existed yet, with rope, with lead weights tied to the end of long lines lowered patiently over the side of the ship again and again at point after point across the world's oceans, waiting for the weight to finally touch bottom. For most of the voyage, this worked exactly as expected. The rope went down, the weight found the sea floor, the crew measured the depth, and the ship moved on to the next point. But when the Challenger reached the Western Pacific, something different happened. The rope kept going and going, far longer than anyone aboard expected. The crew had to splice together nearly 250 miles of Italian hemp rope, connecting one length to another, just to have enough line to reach whatever lay at the bottom of this particular patch of ocean. Pulling that same rope back up afterwards, soaked through and frozen by the cold of the deep water, took hours of brutal, repetitive labor, performed by hand, in every kind of weather the Pacific could offer. And when they finally measured what they'd found, they realized they'd discovered something nobody had previously imagined. The ocean floor wasn't simply a flat plain of mud and sediment gently sloping from shore to shore. It was a landscape every bit as varied and dramatic as anything found on dry land. Valleys deep enough to bury mountain ranges, a hole in the world that, by every reasonable expectation of the time, shouldn't have existed at all. Let your own body settle the way that rope eventually settled, reaching all the way down without resistance, finding its place at the very bottom of something far larger than anyone expected. For nearly a century afterward, Challenger Deep remained a measurement on a map, a number in a logbook. Nobody had any way of actually visiting it, of seeing with their own eyes what existed at the absolute bottom of the ocean. That changed in 1960. 2 men, Don Walsh and Jacques Picard, climbed into a specially designed submersible called the Trieste, built specifically to withstand the kind of pressure that exists at these depths. Pressure that increases relentlessly the deeper you go, accumulating ton after ton of force on every square inch of the hull until by the time you approach the very bottom, the water outside is pressing inward with a force most people never have any reason to imagine. They began their descent down through the same twilight layers we just passed through ourselves tonight, down through total darkness, down past depths where no light has ever reached, where no submersible had ever traveled before. And then, at nearly 30,000 feet, a sound echoed through the hull of their tiny vessel. A loud, sharp crack. One of the outer windows, made of thick plexiglass designed specifically to handle this exact pressure, had fractured under the strain. Let your breathing stay slow and steady through this part of the story. Walsh and Picard in that moment were already deeper than any human being in history had ever travelled. And now they faced a genuine decision: continue descending in a vessel that had just demonstrated audibly that something had gone wrong, or turn back, this close to a place nobody had ever reached. They chose to continue. They reached the bottom of Challenger Deep. They spent only 20 minutes there, the absolute minimum needed to confirm what they'd found, before the very real risk of complete hull failure forced them to begin their long ascent back toward the surface and the world of light and air above. What did they actually find once they finally arrived? Surprisingly, not nothing. Picard later described seeing what he believed was a flatfish, a creature resembling a sole or flounder, resting on the seafloor in the brief moment their lights illuminated the bottom. The observation has been debated by scientists ever since visibility at that depth is so limited and no photograph exists to confirm exactly what they saw. But the possibility alone reshaped how people thought about the trench. If something resembling a fish could survive at pressures exceeding 16,000 pounds per square inch, then life at the absolute bottom of the ocean wasn't simply theoretical. It was, however improbably, already there. Let that pressure figure settle for a moment. The way pressure itself settles evenly from every direction at once. At these depths, 16,000 pounds per square inch is roughly equivalent to balancing 50 jumbo jets on top of a single human body. And yet, somewhere down there, something is apparently managing to live a complete life under exactly that weight. In the decades since that dive, more than 6,000 people have successfully climbed to the summit of Mount Everest. Only 27 people in all of recorded history have ever reached the bottom of Challenger Deep. The deepest place on Earth remains, even now, considerably harder to reach than the highest. Let that sit quietly for a moment, the way every strange fact tonight deserves a moment to settle before we continue. The trench is still down there right now, exactly as it's always been, completely indifferent to how few human eyes have ever actually seen it. In 2012, filmmaker James Cameron made the first solo dive to the bottom in a custom submersible built specifically for the journey. Even with decades of additional engineering advancements since Walsh and Picard's original dive, the trip down to Challenger Deep remained, in Cameron's own description, a genuine gamble against the basic physics of pressure and depth. The trench has a way of reminding everyone who approaches it that human engineering, however advanced it becomes, is still operating well outside its natural comfort zone down there. Let your own body rest easier than any submersible ever could. You don't need pressure-resistant hulls tonight. You don't need to fight against anything at all. You're simply floating gently in the safety of wherever you happen to be resting while we continue this slow journey into one of the strangest, most extreme landscapes this entire planet has ever produced. Let your breathing slow further still. Let your shoulders drop that last small amount they have left to give. There's a great deal more to this story tonight, stretching far beyond the trench itself, into mysteries scattered across other oceans entirely, into chemistry strange enough to feel almost otherworldly, into questions that eventually reach all the way out to other planets and other moons, orbiting other worlds far from our own. But all of it can wait a little longer. For now, just breathe. Let yourself sink slowly, the way the Trieste once sank, the way that old hemp rope once sank, the way everything in this story eventually finds its way down into the quiet, patient dark. Despite the crushing pressure, despite the total absence of light, the Mariana Trench isn't entirely empty. Life has found its way even here, adapted so completely to these extreme conditions that most of these creatures couldn't survive anywhere closer to the surface. Let your breathing stay slow and curious as we explore what actually lives at these depths. In 2014, researchers using Deepsea cameras captured footage of a small, pale, almost translucent fish swimming at a depth of nearly 27,000 feet within the trench. Later identified and named the Mariana Snailfish, it remains, even now, one of the deepest living fish ever recorded on camera. It looks nothing like the fish most people picture. No scales, no sharp features. A soft, almost gelatinous body, pale pink and slightly translucent, moving slowly through complete darkness with a kind of fragile, unhurried grace. Its bones are thinner and more flexible than those of fish living in shallower water, an adaptation that, counterintuitively, helps it survive the crushing pressure rather than fighting against it. A rigid skeleton would be more likely to fracture under that kind of weight. A flexible one simply yields, the pressure passing through it rather than breaking it apart. Let that adaptation settle for a moment, the way every strange adaptation tonight deserves a moment to settle. Survival at these depths often comes down to softness rather than strength, yielding rather than resisting. The Mariana Snailfish doesn't fight the trench's crushing weight. It simply allows its body to exist within it, shaped by the pressure rather than destroyed by it. Alongside the snailfish, researchers have also recovered specimens of giant amphipods, shrimp-like crustaceans that grow far larger at these depths than their relatives do anywhere closer to the surface, sometimes reaching over a foot in length. Scientists called this phenomenon deep-sea gigantism, and nobody fully understands why it happens, though several theories exist. Colder water slows metabolism, potentially allowing for longer lifespans and continued growth over many years. Lower oxygen levels may favor larger, more efficient body structures. The complete absence of predators that rely on sight, since sight is largely useless in total darkness, may simply remove an evolutionary pressure that would otherwise keep these creatures smaller. Whatever the explanation, these amphipods serve an important purpose at the bottom of the trench. They function as scavengers, consuming whatever organic material happens to drift down from the world above, the same marine snow that falls endlessly through every ocean on the planet, eventually settling onto even the deepest seafloor on Earth. Let your body stay settled as we picture this slow, patient process. Even at the absolute bottom of the deepest trench on the planet, nutrients still arrive eventually, carried down over the course of weeks or months from the sunlit world far above. Nothing down here grows quickly, Nothing down here needs to. Researchers have also discovered something perhaps even stranger living within the trench. Microbial life recovered from sediment samples taken at the very bottom of Challenger Deep itself in numbers that genuinely surprised scientists when first analysed. These microscopic organisms exist in densities comparable to those found in considerably shallower, more nutrient-rich coastal waters, despite living under pressure exceeding 1,000 atmospheres in total darkness, with virtually no direct connection to sunlight at all. Some of these microbes appear to feed directly on hydrocarbons, naturally occurring compounds seeping up through the seafloor itself, an entirely separate food source from the marine snow drifting down from above. This means the very bottom of the trench may be supported by two entirely different energy sources simultaneously. One falling gently from the sunlit world far above, and one rising up from deep within the Earth's own crust below. Let that dual source of energy settle quietly. The deepest point on this planet isn't simply receiving leftover scraps from the world above. In its own quiet way, it's also generating something of its own, fed by the planet's own internal chemistry, entirely independent of whether the sun happens to be shining anywhere at all. In 2020, researchers studying samples from the trench made another surprising discovery: plastic pollution, in the form of microscopic fibers, recovered from the digestive systems of amphipods living at the very bottom of Challenger Deep. Even the most remote, least accessible point on the entire surface of this planet, a place fewer than 30 people have ever physically visited, has not escaped the reach of human activity occurring thousands of miles away on the surface, in a world these deep-sea creatures will never directly encounter. Let that settle quietly too, without dwelling on it longer than it needs. It's simply worth knowing, the way every fact about this remarkable remote place is worth knowing, even the ones that complicate the sense of total isolation the trench otherwise seems to offer. The trench, in other words, isn't simply an empty, lifeless void at the bottom of the world. It's a complete, functioning ecosystem, however sparse, however strange, supporting fish with bones soft enough to bend rather than break, crustaceans grown unusually large in the absence of predators, and microbes thriving on chemistry rising up from the Earth's own deep interior, all of it existing in total darkness, under pressure that would instantly kill almost anything adapted for life nearer the surface, quietly continuing exactly as it has for millions of years, regardless of how few human eyes will ever witness it directly. There's a particular creature worth knowing about that calls the deepest parts of the trench home, one discovered fairly recently and named, fittingly enough, after the trench itself. The Mariana snailfish, small, pale, almost translucent, has been recorded living at depths exceeding 26,000 feet, making it one of the deepest dwelling fish ever documented anywhere on the planet. Let your breathing stay slow and curious as we consider how something this delicate-looking manages to survive conditions that would instantly crush almost anything else. The answer lies almost entirely in its biology rather than any external protection. Unlike a submarine, which relies on a rigid hull to keep crushing pressure out, the snailfish has no internal air pockets or rigid structures of any kind to collapse under pressure in the first place. Its body is mostly soft tissue and cartilage, filled with fluid rather than air, meaning the pressure inside its body and the pressure of the water outside stay essentially balanced at all times. There's nothing rigid to crush, because there's nothing trying to resist the pressure to begin with. Researchers studying these snailfish have found something else remarkable in their cellular chemistry. A particular molecule called TMAO, accumulated in unusually high concentrations within their tissues, appears to stabilize proteins that would otherwise be deformed and destroyed by the crushing weight of water at these depths. Without this molecular protection, the proteins that make up the fish's muscles and organs would simply stop folding correctly, losing their shape and function entirely. Scientists have actually calculated, based on how this protective molecule behaves, roughly how deep a fish could theoretically survive before even this adaptation reaches its limit. The estimate lands somewhere around 27,000 feet, remarkably close to the actual depths where Mariana snailfish have been found living. As though evolution, through millions of years of patient trial and adjustment, arrived almost exactly at the absolute outer edge of what's biologically possible. Let that settle quietly for a moment. Life in the trench isn't simply surviving the extreme conditions despite them. It's been shaped by them, refined gradually across generations into something that fits these crushing depths almost perfectly, right up to the very boundary of what pressure will allow. Alongside the snailfish, researchers have documented giant amphipods, shrimp-like scavengers that gather in surprising numbers around any organic material that happens to sink down from the surface far above. Drop a simple bag of bait from a research vessel and within hours, swarms of these creatures emerge from the darkness to investigate, sometimes in such density that the bait disappears entirely within a single day. Despite the apparent emptiness of the deep trench, something down there is clearly hungry and clearly paying close attention to anything new that arrives from above. There's also evidence of microbial life embedded directly within the trench's own sediment, communities of bacteria thriving on whatever organic material drifts down from the distant, sunlit world above, slowly breaking it down across years and decades in the cold, dark stillness of the seafloor. Even at the absolute bottom of the ocean, in conditions that seem, at first glance, almost completely hostile to life of any kind, something is quietly, patiently living. Let your own body rest easier than anything trying to survive at those crushing depths. You don't need any special molecular adaptation tonight. You're simply resting safely in conditions your own body was always perfectly suited for. There's a quieter piece of history worth knowing about, connected to the broader era during which Walsh and Pickard made their historic dive. One that adds an interesting layer of context to why that particular mission happened when it did. Let your breathing stay slow and settled as we drift back briefly to the late 1950s. The original dive to Challenger Deep took place during the height of the Cold War, a period when the United States and the Soviet Union were competing intensely across nearly every domain of exploration and technology, from the race to space to the race to map and dominate the ocean's depths. The Trieste itself wasn't originally an American vessel at all. It was designed by a Swiss scientist named Auguste Piccard, Jacques Piccard's own father, who had previously built balloons capable of reaching the upper stratosphere applying many of the same pressure-resistant engineering principles to a vessel meant to travel in the opposite direction entirely, down into the crushing pressure of the deep ocean rather than up into the thin air of near space. The United States Navy eventually purchased the Trieste specifically with an eye toward demonstrating American capability in deep ocean exploration, partly for genuine scientific value and partly as a point of national pride during an era when nearly every major technological achievement carried geopolitical weight far beyond its immediate practical purpose. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider how this particular historical context shaped the mission itself. The decision to continue descending even after the window cracked wasn't purely a matter of scientific curiosity. There was real pressure in every sense of the word to complete the mission successfully, to demonstrate that this kind of achievement was genuinely possible, regardless of the personal risk involved for the two men inside. It's worth remembering gently that nearly every historic exploration achievement carries this same complicated mixture of motivations. Genuine curiosity about the natural world, sitting alongside national pride, competition, and the particular human drive to be first, to go further than anyone else has previously managed, regardless of how dangerous that particular frontier happens to be. Let that complexity settle quietly, without needing to be fully resolved tonight. Walsh and Picard's achievement remains remarkable regardless of every political and historical context surrounding it, a genuine, courageous act of exploration that happened to occur during a particular moment in history that shaped, in its own way, exactly when and how it eventually took place. There's one more piece of engineering worth knowing about tonight, a small detail explaining exactly how vessels like the Trieste, the Deepsea Challenger, and Vescovo's Submersible actually managed to keep their occupants alive against such extraordinary pressure. Let your breathing stay slow and curious as we consider the basic shape involved. Nearly every deep-diving submersible built for these depths relies on a sphere specifically, rather than any other shape, to house its crew. A sphere distributes pressure perfectly evenly across its entire surface, with no flat sections or sharp corners where stress might concentrate and eventually cause a failure. It's the same basic principle that allows a simple eggshell, remarkably thin and fragile by most standards, to withstand a surprising amount of force when pressure is applied evenly across its curved surface, rather than at any single point. These pressure spheres are typically constructed from thick titanium, chosen specifically for its combination of strength and relatively light weight, since every additional pound of structure makes the vessel correspondingly harder to manage, requiring more buoyancy material to keep the whole submersible properly balanced during both descent and ascent. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider the careful balance every successful design must achieve. Too thin, and the sphere risks catastrophic failure under pressure. Too thick, and the vessel becomes too heavy and unwieldy to operate safely at all. Engineers spend years modeling and testing these designs, often using smaller scale versions subjected to pressure testing far beyond what they'll ever actually encounter, simply to build in a sufficient margin of safety before any human being ever climbs inside for a real dive. There's a particular kind of trust required climbing into a vessel like this, knowing that your safety depends entirely on calculations and material science you yourself likely can't personally verify in the moment. Walsh and Picard trusted this engineering completely back in 1960, even after their window cracked partway through the dive. Cameron trusted it in 2012. Vescovo continues trusting it on every subsequent dive his team makes even now. Let your own trust settle just as completely tonight in whatever is currently supporting your own body as you rest. You don't need to personally verify every detail of how a mattress, a chair, or a soft surface beneath you actually works, the precise engineering of springs or foam or fabric. You simply trust it, the way every successful deep-sea explorer has had to trust their own vessel, allowing yourself to rest completely, supported, safe, exactly as you are. There's more to the story of human exploration in the trench worth knowing, stretching well beyond that first historic dive in 1960. Let your breathing stay slow and settled as we trace this story forward through the decades. After Walsh and Picard's dive, an extraordinary 52 years passed before anyone returned to Challenger Deep again. Submersible technology capable of withstanding that kind of pressure is exceptionally difficult and expensive to build, and for half a century, simply nobody attempted it. When James Cameron finally made his solo descent in 2012 in a custom-built submersible called the Deepsea Challenger, he spent considerably longer at the bottom than Walsh and Picard had managed, roughly 3 hours, exploring and filming a landscape that had been visited by human eyes only once before in all of recorded history. He described the seafloor as resembling a vast, empty desert, soft grey sediment stretching in every direction beneath his lights, broken occasionally by small, pale, unfamiliar creatures drifting through the gloom. 6 years later, in 2019, an explorer named Victor Vescovo went even further, completing a dive as part of an ambitious project called the 5 Deeps Expedition, with the stated goal of reaching the deepest point in all 5 of the world's oceans. His dive to Challenger Deep set a new depth record, reaching slightly deeper than any previous expedition had measured, a reminder that even our understanding of exactly how deep the deepest point actually is continues to be refined as measurement technology improves. Vescovo's submersible, unlike Cameron's, was built for repeated use rather than a single historic dive. In the years since, it's returned to the trench multiple times, carrying various scientists and specialists down to study the seafloor directly, gradually building a far more detailed picture of this remote environment than the brief, single visits of the previous century ever allowed. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider how much has changed and how much, fundamentally, has not. Even with improved technology, even with submersibles built to handle repeated dives rather than a single historic journey, the trench remains an environment that punishes any mistake severely and immediately. There's still no margin for error at these depths. The ocean doesn't become less dangerous simply because our engineering has improved. It simply becomes slightly more survivable, for slightly longer if everything goes exactly according to plan. During one of these more recent expeditions, researchers made a discovery that troubled them considerably. Plastic waste, found resting on the seafloor at the very bottom of the trench, more than 35,000 feet below the surface. a plastic bag and traces of other synthetic material in a place so remote, so difficult to reach that only 20-some people in all of history had ever physically visited it. Let that settle quietly, without dwelling on it too heavily. Even the most isolated, most extreme environment this planet has to offer isn't entirely separate from what happens on the surface far above it. Everything eventually finds its way down, carried by current and gravity and time, settling finally into the same deep, patient darkness that has been receiving things for as long as this ocean has existed. There's a particular detail worth knowing about what it actually feels like to make a dive this deep, beyond simply the physical engineering required to survive it. Let your breathing stay slow and settled as we consider this. James Cameron, describing his solo dive to Challenger Deep, spoke afterward about a particular kind of isolation unlike anything else he'd experienced. Despite decades spent exploring some of the most remote environments on Earth, sealed alone inside a submersible barely large enough to fit a single person, descending for hours through total darkness with no possibility of rescue. If anything went seriously wrong, the psychological weight of the journey turned out to be just as significant as the physical pressure pressing in from outside. He described the descent itself as oddly meditative once the initial tension of the launch had passed. Hours of slow, steady sinking through increasingly dark water, with nothing to do but monitor instruments and wait. No conversation, no distraction, just the quiet hum of life support systems and the gradual, complete disappearance of any light at all from outside the small viewing port. Let your own body settle into something like that same meditative quality now. Not isolation in any uncomfortable sense, but the particular kind of stillness that comes from having absolutely nothing urgent left to do, nowhere left to be, except simply present, waiting patiently for whatever comes next. Don Walsh, reflecting decades later on his own original dive back in 1960, described a similar sensation, though filtered through the considerably more primitive technology available at the time. The Trieste's interior was cramped, cold, and almost completely silent except for the occasional creak of metal adjusting to the increasing pressure outside. He recalled feeling somewhat paradoxically calmer the deeper they travelled, as though the absolute commitment of the journey, the simple fact that turning back was no longer meaningfully easier than continuing forward, removed a certain kind of anxious uncertainty that might otherwise have lingered throughout the descent. There's something worth sitting with in that particular observation. Sometimes, once a decision has been fully committed to, once there's genuinely no path back to second-guessing it, a strange kind of calm settles in regardless of how objectively dangerous the situation actually is. Walsh wasn't claiming the dive felt safe. He was simply describing how the mind, faced with circumstances entirely outside its control, sometimes finds an unexpected stillness precisely because there's nothing left to deliberate over. Let your own mind borrow a little of that same stillness now, if any small worry or uncertainty is still lingering anywhere within you. There's nothing left to deliberate over tonight either. Only rest, arriving in its own time, the same way the bottom of the trench eventually arrived for Walsh and Picard, for Cameron, for Vescovo, each of them simply continuing forward patiently until they reached exactly where they were always going. There's something worth returning to tonight, a quiet, gentle phenomenon we've touched on briefly that deserves a closer look within the specific context of the trench itself. Let your breathing stay slow and easy as we drift back down toward the seafloor of Challenger Deep one more time. Even at the absolute deepest point on this entire planet, a faint, continuous snowfall of organic material drifts down from the sunlit world far above, exactly as it does throughout the rest of the ocean. Fragments of dead plankton, tiny shells. The slow, patient remains of everything that lived and died somewhere closer to the surface, eventually settling layer by layer onto sediment that has been accumulating undisturbed for millions of years. Researchers studying sediment cores taken from the bottom of the trench have found something remarkable hidden within these layers. A nearly complete record of Earth's climate history, preserved in extraordinary detail, since the same crushing pressure and total darkness that makes the trench so hostile to most life also makes it an unusually stable, undisturbed place for sediment to simply settle and remain, layer after layer, without significant disruption. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider what this means. Scientists can drill down through these layers and read, almost like pages in an enormous book, a record of changing ocean temperatures, volcanic eruptions, even shifts in global climate, stretching back hundreds of thousands of years, all preserved quietly at the bottom of the one place on Earth most disturbance simply never reaches. This particular stability also means something else worth knowing. The trench, in its own slow, patient way, has become something close to a time capsule, not unlike the preserved shipwrecks we discussed earlier in the anoxic waters of the Black Sea, just operating on a far larger scale, capturing not individual artifacts, but an entire record of the planet's recent geological history. There's a particular irony worth sitting with here. The same crushing pressure that makes the trench nearly impossible for humans to visit, that destroyed a viewing window on the very first manned dive, is precisely what makes it such a valuable, stable archive of the planet's past. Difficulty and value in this case turning out to be closely related rather than opposed. Let that settle quietly alongside everything else tonight. Sometimes the places hardest to reach turn out to hold the most carefully preserved information simply because their very inaccessibility protects them from the disturbance that erases similar records almost everywhere else. Somewhere right now, another thin layer of marine snow is settling onto the floor of Challenger Deep, adding one more page to a record that has been quietly accumulating since long before anything resembling human civilization existed anywhere on this planet. There's a more recent tragedy worth knowing about tonight, one that brought the dangers of deep ocean exploration back into sharp, painful focus for people who'd perhaps assumed, after decades of improving technology, that the worst risks belonged mostly to the past. Let your breathing stay slow and steady as we approach this part of the story gently. In 2023, a submersible called Titan, operated by a private company offering paying passengers the chance to visit the wreck of the Titanic, lost contact with its surface support vessel during a dive in the North Atlantic. The wreck itself rests at a depth of roughly 12,500 feet, considerably shallower than Challenger Deep, but still well within the realm of crushing, unforgiving pressure. An intense, highly publicized search operation followed over the next several days, hope gradually narrowing as the submersible's limited oxygen supply ticked steadily toward its estimated limit. Ultimately, debris was located on the seafloor near the Titanic wreck, confirming that the vessel had suffered a catastrophic implosion, a near instantaneous failure caused by the same overwhelming pressure that cracked Walsh and Picard's viewing window back in 1960, except considerably more severe and immediate in this particular case. Let your body stay settled and calm as we sit with this quietly, without dwelling on the more difficult details. All 5 people aboard were lost in an instant, the structural failure occurring far too quickly for anyone aboard to have any real awareness of what was happening. The investigation that followed raised serious questions about the materials and engineering choices used in the vessel's construction, particularly its use of carbon fiber. In a section of the hull, a material with different, less predictable failure characteristics under repeated pressure cycling compared to the titanium and steel typically used in submersibles built for this kind of depth. Let that detail settle quietly, the way every cautionary fact tonight deserves a moment to settle properly. The deep ocean doesn't forgive engineering shortcuts, regardless of how confident anyone might feel beforehand. The same crushing pressure that creates such extraordinary chemistry in brine pools, that keeps water liquid at temperatures exceeding 700 degrees in hydrothermal vents, that flattens a viewing window built specifically to withstand it, treats every vessel daring to enter its domain with exactly the same uncompromising physics, regardless of the vessel's price, its design, or the confidence of the people building it. This tragedy stands as a sobering, modern reminder of something every single explorer we've discussed tonight, from Walsh and Picard to Cameron to Vescovo, understood deeply and respected completely. The ocean's deepest places aren't conquered through ambition or money alone. They require an almost reverent attention to engineering detail, a recognition that the pressure waiting down there doesn't care how advanced your technology has become, only whether it was built correctly, tested thoroughly, and respected fully for exactly what it's capable of doing to anything that gets it wrong. Let your own breathing stay slow and gentle as we move past this difficult chapter and back toward rest. You are safe tonight, far removed from any of these pressures, resting easily in conditions your body was always meant for. There are a few more creatures worth knowing about tonight, each one adapted to the deep ocean in its own particular, almost gentle way. Let your breathing stay slow and curious as we drift toward the giant isopod, a creature that looks, at first glance, almost like an enormous woodlouse, scaled up to a size that seems almost unreasonable for something living in the ocean. Some individuals grow longer than a foot, moving slowly across the deep sea floor, scavenging patiently on whatever organic material happens to drift down from the distant sunlit world above. These creatures can survive for remarkably long stretches between meals, sometimes going years without feeding, their metabolism slowed to match the scarcity of food at these depths. When food does arrive, however, they can consume an extraordinary amount in a single sitting, their bodies adapted to make the most of whatever rare opportunity happens to present itself, storing energy efficiently enough to coast through the long, lean periods that inevitably follow. Let your own body settle into something like that same patient rhythm. There's no need to rush toward anything tonight. Whatever you need will arrive in its own time, the way nourishment eventually arrives, even in the deepest, quietest stretches of ocean. There's another creature worth knowing about, considerably gentler in appearance, called the Dumbo octopus, named for the two fins protruding from the sides of its head, resembling, depending entirely on your imagination, a small pair of ears. Unlike most octopuses, which propel themselves by forcefully expelling water, the Dumbo octopus moves primarily by gently flapping these fin-like structures, drifting slowly and elegantly through the water in a manner that looks almost like flying rather than swimming. It hovers close to the seafloor, hunting for small crustaceans and worms, swallowing its prey whole rather than tearing it apart, since the extreme pressure at these depths can make more forceful feeding methods considerably less practical. Everything about the Dumbo octopus seems built for gentleness, for slow, unhurried movement through an environment where rushing rarely offers any meaningful advantage. Let your own movements, wherever your body happens to be resting right now, settle into that same unhurried quality. Nothing about tonight requires force or speed, only patience, only the slow, steady drift toward rest, the same quality of movement that serves the Dumbo octopus so well in the deep, quiet water it calls home. There's also the Barreleye fish, with a transparent, fluid-filled dome covering the top of its head, through which its strange, tubular eyes can rotate upward, allowing it to watch directly above for the silhouette of potential prey passing between it and whatever faint light still filters down from far above. Its eyes can also rotate forward, allowing it to watch whatever it's currently feeding on directly, an adaptation found in very few other creatures anywhere in the animal kingdom. Let these creatures settle together in your mind now, each one solving the particular challenges of deep ocean life in its own distinct, sometimes wonderfully strange way. None of them rushing, none of them fighting against the conditions they find themselves in, simply adapting patiently, generation after generation, until they fit their environment as completely and naturally as anything possibly could. The Mariana Trench is a genuinely fascinating place, but it isn't the only patch of ocean that seems to defy easy explanation. Let your body stay loose and settled as we drift, gently toward a different stretch of water entirely. Somewhere far from the Pacific now, out into the Atlantic, toward a region that has earned over the better part of a century a particular kind of infamous reputation, the Bermuda Triangle. This patch of ocean, roughly triangular in shape, stretching between Bermuda, Puerto Rico, and the coast of Florida, has swallowed dozens of ships and aircraft over the decades, often without leaving behind a single trace. No wreckage, no oil slick on the surface, no distress call ever received. Simply gone, as completely as if the vessel or aircraft had never existed at all. Let your breathing stay slow and steady as we drift through this part of the story. None of what happened here can reach you. You're simply listening, safely, from a great distance to events that unfolded long ago, in daylight on ordinary working days, to people who had no idea anything unusual was about to happen to them. In 1918, a massive fuel ship named the USS Cyclops set out across these waters, carrying 11,000 tons of manganese ore and over 300 crew members aboard. It was one of the largest vessels in the entire United States Navy at that time, well-built, well-crewed, entirely unremarkable in every way except for what happened next. It vanished. No distress signal was ever picked up by anyone, no life jacket, no oil slick, no fragment of wreckage was ever recovered, despite extensive searching in the aftermath. One of the largest ships in the Navy, carrying over 300 people, simply ceased to exist somewhere between one point on the map and another, leaving behind nothing at all to mark where it went. Let that particular mystery settle quietly, the way every strange story tonight deserves a moment to settle before we continue further into it. Decades later, the mystery surrounding this same stretch of water deepened considerably. On the 5th of December 1945, 5 Grumman Avenger torpedo bombers took off from an airfield in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, on what was meant to be an entirely routine training mission. Nothing dangerous, nothing unusual, simply 5 aircraft, flying a standard pattern over open water, exactly as countless training missions had done before. As they flew over a stretch of reef near the Florida Keys, something began going wrong. The compasses in all 5 aircraft independently began to malfunction. The flight leader, a man named Charles Taylor, became increasingly disoriented as his navigation instruments betrayed him one by one. Radio transmissions recorded him growing more and more anxious as the minutes passed. His voice carrying that particular strain of someone realizing in real time that something has gone seriously wrong and there's very little they can do about it. His final recorded words before contact was lost entirely described entering an area of strange white water and stated simply, plainly, that the flight was now completely lost. A rescue aircraft, a much larger flying boat carrying 13 crew members, was immediately dispatched to search for the missing bombers. Within minutes of entering the search area, that rescue aircraft also vanished from radar entirely. In the span of a single afternoon, 6 aircraft and 27 men disappeared from this same stretch of ocean, leaving behind, once again, absolutely nothing, no wreckage, no bodies, no debris field of any kind, despite an extensive search conducted in the days that followed. Let your breathing stay slow through this. There's a particular kind of unease that comes from a mystery this complete, this thorough in its lack of evidence, and it's worth simply acknowledging that unease rather than pushing past it too quickly. You're safe, resting comfortably, far removed from any of this in both time and distance, but it's still worth sitting briefly with how strange a true, unsolved mystery actually feels compared to the tidier mysteries we're used to encountering in fiction. Decades after the disappearance, in a strange, coincidental footnote to the story, a research expedition specifically searching for remnants of those original 5 bombers instead discovered an entirely unrelated piece of wreckage. A 20-foot fragment from the Space Shuttle Challenger, which had exploded just 73 seconds after launch back in 1986, scattering debris across a wide stretch of ocean that, decades later, happened to overlap with the same search area. To this day, no wreckage or remains from any of the 5 original Avenger bombers has ever been recovered. Not a single piece, as though the aircraft and everyone aboard them simply ceased to exist the moment Taylor's final transmission ended. This total absence of evidence has understandably led to a wide range of theories over the years. Some point toward the unexplained, suggesting the area might function as some kind of portal, or perhaps a hidden base for activity beyond ordinary human understanding. Others point toward an entirely different kind of legend, suggesting that the lost city of Atlantis might lie directly beneath these waters, its ancient ruins somehow still generating powerful, disruptive energy fields capable of scrambling instruments and stalling engines. Let your own thoughts stay calm and unhurried as we consider these theories. You don't need to decide whether any of them are true tonight. You only need to let the mystery exist, quietly, the way mysteries are allowed to exist when nobody is demanding an immediate, tidy answer. But while imagination tends toward the dramatic and the supernatural, the more grounded explanations may lie in something considerably stranger than either ghosts or aliens. The actual geology of the seafloor itself. Beneath significant portions of the Atlantic, massive deposits of methane hydrate sit trapped within the seabed, a frozen, compressed form of natural gas. Under the right conditions, these deposits can destabilize suddenly, releasing enormous bubbles of methane gas upward through the water column. When a large enough bubble rises beneath a ship, something genuinely strange happens to the surrounding water. The water effectively loses much of its buoyancy, behaving more like foam than liquid for the brief period the gas is passing through it. Any vessel caught directly above a rising bubble like this can lose the support beneath it almost instantly, dropping suddenly into water that, for a few critical seconds, simply isn't dense enough to hold its weight. Above the surface, a different but equally violent phenomenon may play a role. Certain rare cloud formations, sometimes appearing as unusually geometric hexagonal patterns, can generate sudden, highly localized blasts of air, gusts powerful enough to strike an aircraft with forces exceeding 170 miles per hour, more than sufficient to force a plane abruptly downward into the sea below. These explanations account for how a ship or aircraft might be lost so suddenly, so completely, in this particular stretch of ocean. What they don't fully explain is the second half of the mystery, why, in case after case, absolutely no wreckage is ever subsequently found. Let that unresolved piece of the puzzle settle alongside everything else tonight. Not every mystery needs a complete, satisfying resolution. Sometimes the honest answer is simply that we don't yet know, and that uncertainty, while uncomfortable in daylight, can be allowed to simply exist here in the dark, unresolved, without needing to be solved before you're permitted to rest. There's another stretch of dangerous water worth knowing about tonight, one considerably less famous than the Bermuda Triangle, despite being every bit as deadly in its own particular way. There's one more piece of the Bermuda Triangle puzzle worth knowing about tonight, considerably less dramatic than methane bubbles or rogue waves, yet potentially just as significant in explaining some of the confusion behind certain disappearances. Let your breathing stay slow and easy as we drift back toward this stretch of Atlantic water one final time. The Bermuda Triangle sits in one of the very few places on Earth where true north, the direction a compass needle points, and geographic north, the direction toward the actual North Pole, align almost perfectly. This area is known as the Agonic Line. In most parts of the world, compasses point somewhat away from true geographic north, a predictable difference navigators have long understood and routinely corrected for during any voyage. But near the agonic line, that correction becomes unnecessary, and pilots or sailors accustomed to making this adjustment elsewhere might, if not paying careful attention, apply an unnecessary correction here instead, introducing a small but potentially significant navigational error precisely in the area where they'd least expect to need one. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider how this small detail might compound with everything else. Add to this the powerful, fast-moving currents of the Gulf Stream passing directly through the region, capable of carrying debris, life rafts, or even disabled vessels considerable distances within hours, and the unusually deep, complex underwater terrain of the surrounding seafloor, and you begin to see how multiple individually modest factors might combine to make genuine search and rescue efforts in this particular stretch of ocean more difficult than in many other comparable regions. None of this requires anything supernatural to explain. Simply an unfortunate combination of ordinary navigational quirks, powerful currents, and challenging underwater geography, all converging in one particular triangular patch of the Atlantic, occasionally amplifying ordinary maritime misfortune into something that looks, from a distance, considerably more mysterious than it perhaps needs to be. Let that settle quietly, the way every explanation tonight has settled in its own time. Sometimes the most enduring mysteries aren't built from any single dramatic cause at all, but from several entirely mundane factors, quietly stacking on top of one another until the combined effect feels far stranger than any individual piece would suggest on its own. There's a particular comfort in that thought, oddly enough, as you continue settling toward sleep tonight. Most of what feels overwhelming in any area of life often turns out to be several smaller, more manageable pieces simply arriving together rather than one at a time. Understanding doesn't always require solving some singular, impossible riddle. Sometimes it just requires patiently separating the pieces one at a time until what once felt like an impenetrable mystery starts to look, instead, like something altogether more ordinary and considerably easier to set down gently before sleep. There's one more vessel worth knowing about from the Bermuda Triangle's long list of strange disappearances, and this one carries a different kind of mystery entirely. Not a vanishing, but something perhaps even more unsettling. A ship found completely intact, completely empty. Let your breathing stay slow and calm as we drift through this story too. In 1921, a 5-masted schooner called the Carroll A. Deering ran aground on a sandbar off the coast of North Carolina, near the edge of what's generally considered the Bermuda Triangle's boundary. When a passing lighthouse keeper spotted the grounded vessel and arranged for a rescue crew to investigate, they found something genuinely strange waiting for them. The ship was completely deserted. Not a single member of the crew remained on board, despite the vessel itself appearing largely undamaged. Personal belongings were still in place. Food had apparently been prepared in the galley, as though someone had been midway through a meal when whatever happened. The ship's navigation equipment and official papers, however, were missing entirely, along with the lifeboats, suggesting the crew might have abandoned ship deliberately, perhaps under threat, perhaps in a hurry. for reasons nobody has ever definitively established. No trace of the captain or crew, 11 men in total, was ever found. No bodies, no wreckage from any lifeboat, no further communication of any kind. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider how this particular mystery differs from the others we've discussed tonight. With the Cyclops, with Flight 19, the vanishing was total and immediate, leaving behind no evidence at all. With the Deering, the ship itself remained almost mockingly intact, as though daring investigators to explain exactly what could compel an entire crew to abandon a perfectly seaworthy vessel and disappear completely without a single trace left behind to explain why. Theories at the time ranged from piracy to mutiny to the early days of rum running during Prohibition gone wrong. None of them were ever conclusively proven. The case remains, even a century later, formally unsolved, another quiet entry in this region's long, strange list of questions that never received a satisfying final answer. There's a particular pattern worth noticing across all of these Bermuda Triangle stories. If you step back far enough to see it clearly, it isn't really that ships and aircraft disappear here more often than statistically expected. Once you account for the sheer volume of traffic that passes through these waters every single year, heading towards some of the busiest shipping lanes and most popular routes in the entire Atlantic. Researchers who've studied the actual disappearance rates carefully have found that, statistically, this region isn't meaningfully more dangerous than many other heavily trafficked stretches of ocean around the world. What makes the Bermuda Triangle's reputation so enduring isn't necessarily the raw numbers, it's the particular character of certain individual cases, the ones where the lack of any wreckage, any explanation, any clear cause feels disproportionately strange compared to ordinary maritime accidents, where at least some debris or some explanation usually surfaces eventually. Let that nuance settle quietly alongside the mystery itself. Sometimes the most enduring legends aren't built from statistics at all. They're built from a handful of genuinely strange individual stories, repeated and retold often enough that they come to represent an entire region, regardless of what the broader numbers might actually suggest. There's one final detail worth knowing about the search for Flight 19, since it continued in various forms for decades after that original December afternoon in 1945. Let your breathing stay slow and gentle as we close this particular thread tonight. Over the following decades, numerous expeditions, some official, some private, some led by enthusiastic amateur researchers, convinced they'd finally identified the right stretch of seafloor, searched repeatedly for any trace of the 5 missing Avenger bombers. Sonar surveys, magnetometer sweeps designed specifically to detect the metal hulls of sunken aircraft. Deep sea cameras lowered into promising coordinates based on calculations of fuel range and likely flight paths. Occasionally, searchers found aircraft wreckage matching the general type of plane involved, scattered across various points of the Florida coastline and surrounding waters, since this particular stretch of ocean has, understandably, accumulated considerable aviation history over the better part of a century. Each discovery briefly reignited hope that the original mystery might finally be solved, and each time, upon closer investigation, the wreckage turned out to belong to some other aircraft entirely, lost in some other incident, unrelated to Taylor and his 4 companion crews. Let
Let your body stay settled and calm as we sit with this particular pattern of near misses. There's something almost cruel in how close some of these false discoveries came to providing closure, only to ultimately lead nowhere, the genuine mystery remaining exactly as unsolved as it was on the day it began.
The most recent dedicated search effort, conducted in 2023 using advanced sonar technology capable of mapping the seafloor in considerably greater detail than previous decades' equipment allowed, similarly failed to locate anything conclusively connected to the missing flight. The ocean, it seems, has simply absorbed this particular mystery as thoroughly and completely as anything we've discussed tonight, refusing, even with modern technology, to give up whatever final answer it might be holding. Let that acceptance settle quietly, one final time tonight. Some questions, despite genuine sustained effort across multiple generations of searchers, simply remain open. Not every story gets its resolution, and there's a particular kind of peace available in accepting that, rather than holding out indefinitely for an answer that may, quite possibly, never arrive. You can let this mystery rest now, alongside everything else tonight has offered, unresolved but no longer urgent, simply one more strange, quiet question. The ocean continues holding patiently the way it holds everything else it has ever taken into its keeping. There's another strange region of the Atlantic worth knowing about tonight, considerably calmer than the Bermuda Triangle, yet carrying its own long history of unsettling sailors. Let your breathing stay slow and easy as we drift toward the Sargasso Sea. Unlike most seas which are defined by coastlines, the Sargasso Sea has no land boundary at all. It's defined instead by four major ocean currents circling slowly around it in a massive, rotating gyre, trapping an enormous mat of floating seaweed called sargassum at its center, drifting endlessly within the loop these currents create. For centuries, sailors crossing this stretch of ocean reported genuine unease. Thick mats of golden brown seaweed, sometimes stretching for miles, occasionally dense enough to genuinely slow a sailing ship's progress in the days before engine power made such concerns largely irrelevant. Combined with frequently calm, windless conditions at the center of the gyre, ships could find themselves becalmed for extended periods, drifting without progress through water thick with floating vegetation, fueling old maritime legends about ghost ships and lost vessels trapped forever within the weed. Christopher Columbus himself recorded unease among his own crew when they first encountered the Sargasso Sea during his voyage across the Atlantic. The sight of so much floating vegetation in open ocean far from any land, striking many aboard as deeply unnatural. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider what's actually happening here, stripped of the old maritime superstition. The sargassum itself is entirely natural, a free-floating species of brown algae that never attaches to the seafloor at all, spending its entire life cycle drifting on the surface. The currents that create the Sargasso Sea's distinctive shape are simply an ordinary feature of large-scale ocean circulation, the same kind of current system responsible for forming similar gyres in other oceans around the world. What makes the Sargasso Sea genuinely remarkable isn't mystery or danger, but biology. This floating mat of seaweed serves as a crucial nursery habitat for an enormous range of marine life. European eels and American eels, remarkably, both travel here from rivers across two entire continents specifically to spawn. their offspring eventually finding their way back to the rivers their parents originally came from, guided by mechanisms scientists still don't fully understand even now. Let that journey settle quietly for a moment. Eels born in this single patch of open Atlantic Ocean somehow finding their way individually across thousands of miles to the exact river systems where their parents once lived, repeating a cycle that has continued generation after generation for longer than anyone has been carefully tracking it. The Sargasso Sea, despite centuries of unease from passing sailors, turns out to be less a place of danger and more a place of quiet, essential biological purpose, a floating nursery sitting calmly at the center of 4 powerful currents, doing exactly what it's always done, regardless of how strange it once looked to anyone passing through. On the opposite side of the planet, off the coast of Japan, lies a stretch of water with its own dark reputation. Sailors call it the Dragon's Triangle. This region is defined by something the Bermuda Triangle largely lacks: extreme, active, ongoing volcanic activity beneath the waves, intense enough that entire small islands have been known to appear overnight, only to sink back beneath the surface again sometime later, as though the ocean itself can't quite decide whether they're meant to exist. Let your body stay loose and unhurried as we drift through this part of the story too. In September of 1952, the Japanese government sent a research vessel, the Kaiyo Maru No. 5, to investigate a massive underwater eruption occurring at a reef called Myojin-sho. What the crew encountered was about as severe as deep ocean volcanism can possibly get. A submarine volcano erupted directly beneath the ship's hull. All 31 people aboard, including 9 scientists, were killed in the resulting blast. What remained of the vessel drifted on the current for several days before eventually being located, its hull scarred with fragments of volcanic pumice and lava blasted into the structure by the sheer force of the eruption. When researchers later analyzed these fragments, the chemical signature matched the volcano perfectly. There was no question about what had happened, only the terrible, sudden violence of exactly how it happened. Let your breathing stay slow and steady. The deep ocean in places like this isn't simply cold and dark and empty. It's actively, geologically alive in ways that can turn lethal with very little warning at all. Navigating the open ocean, it turns out, isn't only a matter of avoiding obvious storms on the surface. Certain specific coordinates around the globe represent something closer to permanent, geographic death traps, where the underlying landscape and the water itself seem to conspire against anything attempting to pass through. In Norway, a narrow strait called the Saltstraumen is home to the most powerful maelstrom anywhere on Earth. When the tide shifts, an almost incomprehensible volume of water, more than 500,000 cubic yards of it, gets forced through a channel only a few hundred feet wide. The result is a series of massive whirlpools, some reaching over 30 feet across and considerably deep, powerful enough to pull a small vessel down without much resistance at all. Further south, off the coast of South Africa, lies the Cape of Good Hope, a place mariners have long referred to, somewhat grimly, as the graveyard of ships. This particular stretch of water marks the meeting point of 2 enormous ocean currents, one warm, flowing down from the tropics, one cold, sweeping up from the edge of Antarctica. When these two vast bodies of water collide, the result is rogue waves, sudden walls of water that can rise over 100 feet without any warning from conventional weather forecasting. These waves aren't gradual swells building slowly over a storm. They arrive abruptly, sometimes strong enough to break a modern cargo ship cleanly in half within seconds. Let that scale settle quietly, not with alarm, but with the particular kind of respect that comes from understanding just how much raw power the ocean still holds in reserve, even on days that might otherwise look calm from a distance. There's one more location worth knowing about tonight, and it might be the strangest of them all, not because of any danger it poses, but because of just how completely isolated it actually is. Point Nemo, located deep within the South Pacific, holds the distinction of being the most remote point on the entire surface of this planet. The nearest dry land sits over 1,600 miles away in any direction, so isolated in fact that the closest human beings to this particular spot of ocean are often not sailors at all, but astronauts aboard the International Space Station orbiting some 250 miles directly overhead. Because Point Nemo sits within a massive, slowly rotating ocean current, the water here is almost entirely starved of nutrients. This creates something close to a biological desert. Very little marine life survives in these waters. No significant fish populations, no birds circling overhead. Just a vast, silent, empty blue void, where the only sound for hundreds of miles in every direction is the quiet movement of water against itself. Because of this extreme isolation, space agencies around the world have chosen Point Nemo as a designated graveyard for decommissioned spacecraft. Since the early 1970s, more than 260 satellites and space stations have been deliberately crashed into these waters, including the entire Soviet-era Mir space station. And eventually, the International Space Station itself will likely follow the same path when its mission finally ends. The location is chosen specifically because there's essentially zero chance of any falling debris striking another vessel or a human being. Nothing else is out there to hit. Let your breathing stay calm and slow as we sit with this particular kind of emptiness for a moment. There's something almost peaceful in imagining a place this profoundly alone, this far removed from anything resembling ordinary human activity, even as pieces of human spacecraft occasionally fall through its sky and disappear beneath its surface. In 1997, researchers recorded an extraordinarily powerful, ultra-low-frequency sound originating from somewhere in the vicinity of Point Nemo. It was more powerful than any known biological sound ever recorded, including the deep calls of the largest blue whales. Researchers nicknamed it the Bloop. And for years afterward, it sparked an enormous amount of speculation about exactly what kind of creature, lurking somewhere in this remote, empty stretch of ocean, could possibly produce a sound that powerful. The eventual explanation turned out to be entirely geological rather than biological. The sound was traced to massive ice quakes, enormous fractures forming and spreading through the Antarctic ice shelf hundreds of miles away. Even the most dramatic, mysterious sounds emerging from this particular corner of the ocean turned out to be nothing more than the planet itself, quietly shifting and cracking in a place where almost nobody was ever around to hear it. Let that resolution settle gently. Sometimes the strangest mysteries do eventually have an answer, even if that answer turns out to be considerably less dramatic than the speculation that built up around it in the meantime. In more enclosed waters elsewhere in the world, the danger takes an entirely different, more chemical form. Beneath roughly 500 feet in the Black Sea, there exists what's known as an anoxic zone, water containing essentially zero oxygen, heavily saturated instead with toxic hydrogen sulfide. This particular combination creates an environment so hostile to ordinary biological processes that it's accidentally produced something close to a time capsule. Ottoman and Byzantine shipwrecks, some over 1,000 years old, rest at the bottom of the Black Sea in a state of preservation that borders on the unbelievable. The wood-boring worms that would normally consume a sunken wooden ship within decades simply cannot survive at these depths. As a result, individual chisel marks remain visible on ancient timber. Coils of rope still rest exactly where they fell on long decayed decks. These ships look, in many respects, almost exactly as they did on the day they sank, centuries ago, held in a kind of permanent suspension by water too hostile for the ordinary forces of decay to properly take hold. It's a quiet, strange reminder, in the dark, that the deep ocean doesn't always destroy what it takes. Sometimes, in its own particular way, it simply holds on. There's another patch of ocean worth visiting tonight, one that occupies a strange middle ground between the Bermuda Triangle's reputation for sudden disappearance and something quieter, stranger, more drawn out. Let your breathing stay slow and easy as we drift toward the Sargasso Sea, a vast region of the North Atlantic, defined not by any coastline at all, but entirely by ocean currents. 4 major currents circle around it in a slow, continuous rotation, effectively creating a kind of stationary, becalmed zone in the middle of the Atlantic, where winds drop and the water itself seems to settle into an unusual, persistent stillness. This is the only sea in the world without any land boundary whatsoever. Its edges are defined purely by the shifting boundaries of these surrounding currents, expanding and contracting gradually with the seasons. For centuries, sailors dreaded entering it. Without reliable wind, sailing ships could become genuinely stranded for days or weeks at a time, drifting in stagnant water, their crews slowly running short of food and fresh water, while the ship sat essentially motionless. Christopher Columbus himself recorded his crew's growing unease as they crossed this same stretch of water in 1492. Describing thick mats of floating seaweed stretching as far as they could see in every direction, and a stillness in the air that some of his sailors found genuinely unsettling. That seaweed, incidentally, gives the sea its name, sargassum, a free-floating brown algae that doesn't attach to any seafloor at all, instead drifting indefinitely on the surface, sometimes forming mats so thick and extensive they're visible from space. This sargassum creates an entire floating ecosystem of its own, providing shelter for juvenile sea turtles, eels, and a wide variety of fish that spend portions of their lives nowhere else but tangled within these slowly drifting rafts of seaweed. Let your body stay settled as we drift through this strange, becalmed water. There's something peaceful in the idea of it, despite the historical dread sailors once associated with it. A vast stretch of ocean, simply still, simply quiet, where the usual rules of wind and current seem to pause altogether. But the Sargasso Sea carries its own darker reputation too, one that occasionally overlaps with stories more commonly associated with the Bermuda Triangle, since the two regions share a partial geographic boundary. In 1840, a French ship called the Rosalie was discovered drifting, fully intact, sails set, cargo undisturbed, but with not a single living soul aboard. No struggle was apparent, no sign of mutiny, storm damage, or piracy. The crew had simply vanished, leaving behind a perfectly seaworthy vessel that continued sailing along on its own momentum until another ship happened to spot it and bring it in. Ships discovered in this condition, fully intact but entirely abandoned, have earned their own particular name over the centuries: ghost ships. And while many recorded cases eventually turn out to have mundane explanations, crews abandoning ship during a misjudged emergency, or simply lost overboard one by one during a long, difficult voyage, a small number of cases resist easy explanation entirely, the Rosalie among them. Let your breathing stay slow and curious through this. There's a particular kind of unsettling stillness in imagining a fully functional ship, sails properly set, cargo untouched, simply drifting along with absolutely nobody aboard to steer it. Not wrecked, not damaged, simply empty, as though everyone aboard stepped away at the exact same moment and never returned. Perhaps the most famous case of this kind involves a ship called the Mary Celeste, discovered adrift in the Atlantic in 1872, found in remarkably good condition, its cargo of industrial alcohol still largely intact, a 6-month supply of food and water still aboard, the crew's personal belongings left untouched in their quarters. And yet, every single person who had been aboard, the captain, his wife and young daughter, and 7 crew members, had vanished entirely, with the ship's only lifeboat also missing. Investigators at the time found no evidence of violence, no signs of piracy, nothing suggesting any kind of struggle had taken place. The ship's logbook ended abruptly, with no indication anything unusual was happening in the days leading up to whatever caused everyone to leave. Theories proposed over the following century have ranged from the genuinely plausible to the wildly speculative. Some researchers suggest the crew may have briefly evacuated due to a perceived risk of an alcohol vapor explosion in the cargo hold, only for something to go wrong with the lifeboat once they were already in open water, perhaps a sudden storm, or a simple miscalculation about how far they'd drifted from the ship before realizing their mistake. Others have proposed waterspouts, sudden, violent updrafts of air that can momentarily lift a vessel and panic an inexperienced crew into making a fatal decision to abandon ship unnecessarily. No theory has ever been definitively proven. The Mary Celeste remains more than a century and a half later, one of the most enduring unsolved mysteries the ocean has ever produced. A perfectly intact ship, found utterly empty. Its true story lost somewhere in the gap between the last logbook entry and the moment another vessel happened to spot it drifting alone across calm Atlantic water. Let that mystery settle quietly alongside everything else tonight. Some ships sink suddenly, violently, leaving behind wreckage and debris that researchers can study for decades afterward. Others simply become quiet, empty, drifting puzzles, their crews gone without any trace at all, their true stories likely lost permanently to time. The Dragon's Triangle and the same volcanically active stretch of water off the coast of Japan we visited earlier tonight carries an additional layer of mystery beyond the loss of the Kaiyo Maru. Let your breathing stay slow and steady as we return briefly to these waters. Japanese fishermen have referred to this region as the Devil's Sea for centuries, long before anyone formally studied its volcanic activity. Throughout the 1950s, in the years following the loss of the Kaiyo Maru, a series of additional fishing vessels disappeared in this same general area, prompting the Japanese government to officially declare the region dangerous and largely restrict commercial shipping through it for a period of time. Local legend in the region stretches back considerably further than any of these modern incidents, however. Sailors have told stories about these waters for hundreds of years, describing sudden storms appearing from clear skies, strange lights beneath the surface, and entire fishing fleets that simply failed to return after setting out in calm conditions. Whether these older stories reflect genuine historical disappearances or simply the kind of folklore that naturally accumulates around any treacherous stretch of water over centuries remains difficult to fully untangle. What modern science has confirmed, though, is the genuine ongoing volcanic instability of the region. The seafloor here continues shifting even now, part of the same broader tectonic activity that produces earthquakes and occasional new islands throughout this stretch of the Pacific. Underwater eruptions, similar in nature to the one that destroyed the Kaiyo Maru, likely continue occurring periodically, many of them small enough, remote enough, that they go entirely unnoticed and unrecorded by anyone at all. Let your body stay settled as we consider just how much of the ocean's genuine danger comes not from anything mysterious or unexplainable, but simply from geological forces operating on a timescale and a scale that dwarfs any individual ship or sailor caught within range of them. Let's return to Point Nemo for a moment, because there's more to that particular stretch of remarkable emptiness worth knowing. Beyond its role as a spacecraft graveyard, Point Nemo holds another distinction entirely. It sits at the center of the South Pacific Gyre, the largest of the 5 major oceanic gyres found across the world's oceans, an enormous, slowly rotating system of currents that traps and circulates water across a vast stretch of the Pacific for years, sometimes decades, at a time. This same rotating system in other ocean basins is responsible for accumulating the infamous garbage patches that have drawn so much public attention in recent years, vast, diffuse collections of plastic debris slowly circling within these currents, sometimes for generations, before any of it eventually washes ashore or breaks down. The South Pacific Gyre surrounding Point Nemo experiences a similar effect, though because so little ship traffic passes through this particular region and because it lies so far from any populated coastline, the accumulation here remains considerably less studied and less documented than gyres located in busier parts of the world's oceans. Let your breathing stay slow and quiet as you picture this, an entire rotating system of ocean water centered on the single most remote point on the planet, slowly gathering whatever drifts into it, circulating endlessly, far from any human settlement, far from any regular shipping route, in a part of the ocean so empty that astronauts orbiting 250 miles overhead remain the nearest human presence for weeks or months at a stretch. There's something genuinely calming in its own strange way about a place this thoroughly removed from ordinary human concerns. Point Nemo doesn't care about deadlines, conversations, traffic, or any of the small accumulated pressures of an ordinary day. It simply exists, vast and empty and entirely indifferent, rotating slowly within its own enormous current, asking nothing of anyone, expecting nothing in return. Let that same indifference settle gently over you now, just for tonight. You don't need anything from this story, and this story doesn't need anything from you, except your willingness to listen quietly while your own body finds its way gradually toward rest. There's one more name worth knowing for the Dragon's Triangle, since it's sometimes referred to differently depending on which sailors or which culture happens to be telling the story. Let your breathing stay slow and easy as we settle into this final stretch of mysterious waters. Japanese sailors have long called this same region the Devil's Sea, a name carrying centuries of accumulated unease, predating even the more recent Western fascination with the area's volcanic dangers. Local fishing communities developed their own careful knowledge of which waters to avoid during periods of heightened seismic activity, passed down through generations long before modern science could properly explain the underlying geology. In the 1950s, following several additional unexplained vessel losses beyond the Kaiyo Maru tragedy we discussed earlier, the Japanese government took the unusual step of officially designating the area as a danger zone, restricting certain types of maritime traffic during specific conditions. This wasn't superstition driving policy. It was a direct, practical response to a real, measurable pattern of underwater volcanic activity, making the region genuinely more hazardous than typical open ocean. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider how this particular mystery differs slightly from the Bermuda Triangles. Here, the danger has a clear, well-documented physical cause: active, occasionally violent submarine volcanism, capable of sinking a ship through sheer geological force, exactly as it did to the Kaiyo Maru and her crew. There's less genuine mystery in the disappearances themselves, and more mystery simply in living alongside a landscape this restless, this prone to sudden, dramatic transformation with very little advance warning. Researchers monitoring this region today rely on a network of underwater sensors designed to detect the early signs of volcanic activity before it becomes severe enough to threaten passing vessels. It represents a considerably more proactive approach than existed during the era of the Kaiyo Maru's loss, when a research vessel could sail directly into an active eruption with no warning system capable of detecting the danger in advance. Let that improvement settle quietly alongside everything else tonight. Some mysteries over time become genuinely better understood, better monitored, better protected against, even if they never become entirely safe. The ocean doesn't necessarily become less dangerous as our understanding improves, but our ability to anticipate that danger, to give ourselves slightly more warning before it arrives, continues slowly, steadily improving, one careful observation at a time. There's a quiet kind of hope worth holding on to in that thought as you continue settling towards sleep tonight. Even the most dangerous, most mysterious corners of this ocean aren't entirely beyond our ability to eventually understand them better. It simply takes time, patience, and a same kind of careful, persistent attention this story has tried to offer you all night long. Let's return briefly to the Ring of Fire, since it ties together so much of what we've explored tonight. And there's more to it worth knowing. This vast belt of tectonic activity doesn't simply explain the volcanoes scattered throughout the Mariana Trench. It wraps almost entirely around the edge of the Pacific Ocean, passing along the coasts of Japan, the Philippines, Indonesia, New Zealand, the western edge of North and South America, encompassing roughly 40,000 miles of nearly continuous volcanic and seismic activity. Let your breathing stay slow and curious as we consider the scale of this. Somewhere along this enormous ring, at almost any given moment, something is happening. A minor earthquake, a small volcanic eruption far from any populated area, barely noticed by anyone except the seismographs designed specifically to detect it. The Ring of Fire isn't a single event. It's closer to a permanent, ongoing condition of the Pacific Ocean itself, a constant low hum of geological activity running beneath the otherwise calm surface most people see when they look out at the sea. Within this ring, the underwater volcanoes of the Mariana Arc represent just one small section of an enormous network. Similarly active formations exist near Tonga, near the Solomon Islands, near the western coast of South America, each one its own little pocket of extreme heat and chemistry, its own miniature laboratory of conditions that, in some cases, may resemble early Earth or distant moons, just as the champagne vents and sulfur pools we discussed earlier do. There's a particular underwater volcano near Tonga worth knowing about, called Home Reef, which has erupted several times in recent years, occasionally breaking the surface entirely and creating a small, temporary island of fresh, volcanic rock, only for ocean waves to slowly erode it back beneath the surface again within a matter of months. A landmass, briefly born from the ocean floor, given a short, temporary existence above the waves before being patiently reclaimed by the same forces that created it. Let that image settle quietly. There's something almost gentle in that particular cycle, despite the violence of its origin. Land rising briefly from the depths, existing for a short while in sunlight and open air, and then returning slowly, peacefully, back into the water it came from. Nothing wasted, nothing permanent, simply another small chapter in the ocean's much longer, much more patient story. The Ring of Fire reminds us that the ocean floor isn't a fixed, unchanging landscape, frozen in whatever shape it happened to take millions of years ago. It's still being actively shaped right now, tonight, by forces that have been working continuously since long before anything resembling human civilization existed, and that will likely continue working long after, regardless of what else changes on the surface far above. There's one more layer to the trench's own story worth knowing before we move toward the final stretch of tonight's journey, this time concerning exactly when and how it first began forming, tens of millions of years before anyone could have witnessed it. Let your breathing stay slow and gentle as we travel back, briefly, in time itself. The Mariana Trench began taking its current shape roughly 30 million years ago as the Pacific Plate, one of the largest single tectonic plates on Earth, continued its slow westward journey, gradually sliding beneath the smaller Philippine Plate along their shared boundary. This process didn't happen suddenly. It unfolded the way nearly everything in deep geological time unfolds, in tiny increments, millimeters of movement accumulating year after year, decade after decade, until those tiny movements summed across millions of years into the enormous trench we know today. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider the chain of related features this same process created elsewhere in the region. As the Pacific plate descended into the mantle, the friction and pressure generated melted portions of the surrounding rock, fueling the volcanic activity responsible for the Mariana Islands themselves, the same small island chain the trench is named after. The islands and the trench, in other words, are two different expressions of exactly the same underlying tectonic process, one pushing material upward into mountains and volcanoes, the other pulling material downward into the deepest scar on the planet. There's something almost poetic in that particular relationship, if you sit with it for a moment. The same forces capable of creating something as dramatic as the deepest point on Earth are simultaneously responsible for building the very islands rising peacefully above the waves nearby, their beaches and volcanic peaks owing their existence to precisely the same deep, patient mechanism digging the trench far below. Researchers studying the trench's geology have found evidence suggesting the subduction process here is unusually steep compared to many other similar boundaries elsewhere in the world, which may help explain why this particular trench has managed to become the deepest rather than one of the many other comparably ancient subduction zones scattered throughout the Pacific. Let that detail settle quietly into everything else tonight has offered. Even among trenches formed through fundamentally similar processes, small variations in angle, in speed, in the particular composition of the rock involved can produce dramatically different results over millions of years. The same way small differences in any long, patient process eventually compound into outcomes that look, from the outside, entirely unique. The trench, in other words, isn't simply deep by chance, it's deep because of a very particular, very specific combination of geological circumstances, repeating patiently over tens of millions of years until they produced exactly the singular feature we've spent so much of tonight exploring together. The Mariana Trench is the deepest, but it isn't the only trench worth knowing about tonight. Scattered across the floor of the world's oceans, wherever one tectonic plate slides beneath another, similar gashes exist, each with its own particular character and depth. Let your breathing stay slow and curious as we drift briefly past a few of them. The Tonga Trench in the South Pacific reaches depths of more than 35,000 feet, making it the second deepest point on the entire planet, trailing only Challenger Deep itself by a relatively modest margin. The Philippine Trench, the Kermadec Trench, the Puerto Rico Trench in the Atlantic, each one a deep scar in the ocean floor, each one harboring its own community of pressure-adapted life, mostly unexplored, mostly unknown, simply because reaching any of them requires the same extraordinarily expensive, extraordinarily difficult engineering as reaching the Mariana Trench itself. There's a reason these trenches form specifically where they do, and it connects directly back to the same tectonic processes that gave rise to the volcanic activity we discussed earlier tonight. Where two of Earth's massive crustal plates meet, one is typically forced downward, sliding beneath the other in a process geologists call subduction. As the descending plate bends and plunges into the mantle below, it pulls the seafloor down with it, carving these deep, narrow trenches along the boundary. The same process responsible for some of the most violent earthquakes and volcanic eruptions on the planet is, quite literally, the same process digging these enormous scars into the ocean floor. Destruction and creation, in this particular case, turning out to be two sides of exactly the same geological coin. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider the sheer scale of tectonic time involved in all of this. The Mariana Trench, in its current form, has likely existed for tens of millions of years, the slow grinding of one plate beneath another continuing patiently the entire time, deepening the trench fraction by fraction year after year in a process far too slow for any single human lifetime to ever properly observe in motion. It's worth noting, too, that these trenches aren't simply static scars, frozen in place once they form. The subduction process that creates them continues actively, even now, meaning the Mariana Trench, in some small, immeasurably gradual way, is likely still deepening today, exactly as it has for millions of years before this particular night, and will likely continue for millions of years after. Let that sense of geological time settle into you the way it settles into the rock itself, slowly, patiently, without any need to rush toward completion. Some processes in this world simply take longer than any human story could ever properly contain. There's another disappearance from these same waters worth knowing about, one that predates both the Cyclops and Flight 19 by more than a century, and that helped establish this region's unsettling reputation long before anyone had coined the name Bermuda Triangle at all. Let your breathing stay slow and calm as we drift back even further in time. In 1813, a small schooner called the Patriot set sail from Charleston, South Carolina, carrying a single passenger of particular note. Theodosia Burr Alston, daughter of the famous American statesman Aaron Burr, traveling to reunite with her father after years of separation. The Patriot never arrived. No wreckage was ever found, no survivors ever turned up. The ship, and everyone aboard it, simply vanished somewhere along the same general stretch of coastline that would later claim so many other vessels. For decades afterward, occasional rumors surfaced suggesting pirates may have intercepted the ship, supposedly forcing the crew to walk the plank in shallow coastal waters. A handful of unverified deathbed confessions recorded decades later by men claiming to have taken part in such an attack kept the story alive in coastal folklore. But no definitive evidence has ever confirmed any of it. The Patriot remains, more than 2 centuries later, simply gone, joining a long list of vessels this same stretch of ocean has quietly swallowed without explanation. Let that settle alongside everything else tonight, this particular pattern of vessels disappearing completely, without wreckage, without survivors, without any clear answer, has apparently been repeating in these waters for far longer than most people realize, stretching back well over 200 years. There's a piece of genuine oceanographic science worth understanding here too, since it may explain at least part of why this region in particular seems so prone to swallowing things whole. The Gulf Stream, one of the most powerful ocean currents on the entire planet, flows directly through this stretch of water, carrying warm water northward from the Gulf of Mexico, up along the eastern coast of the United States, before eventually curving across the Atlantic toward Europe. This current moves with genuine force, sometimes exceeding 5.5 miles per hour, fast enough to noticeably push a small boat or life raft far from its expected position within a matter of hours. A vessel in distress, drifting without power, can be carried by the Gulf Stream a considerable distance from its last known position before any search and rescue effort even begins. By the time searchers arrive at the coordinates where a ship or plane was last heard from, the actual wreckage, if any, survived at all, may already be dozens of miles away, scattered and dispersed by one of the most powerful currents on Earth. This alone doesn't explain why no wreckage is ever found at all, but it goes some way toward explaining why search efforts in this particular region so often come back with absolutely nothing, even when searchers comb an area thoroughly and repeatedly. Let your breathing stay slow and easy as we consider one more piece of the puzzle. The waters here are also exceptionally deep in places, dropping rapidly from the shallow continental shelf into trenches and basins thousands of feet below the surface. Wreckage that sinks in these deeper sections may simply never be found again. Not because anything supernatural occurred, but because the ordinary practical difficulty of searching miles of dark, deep ocean floor remains, even with modern technology, genuinely enormous. Statistically, researchers who've studied insurance records and maritime incident reports over many decades have found that the Bermuda Triangle doesn't actually experience a higher rate of disappearances than many other heavily trafficked stretches of ocean around the world. Busy shipping lanes, by simple virtue of carrying more traffic, naturally accumulate more incidents over time. The region's reputation, some researchers argue, may say more about pattern recognition and storytelling than about anything genuinely unique happening in the water itself. And yet, the specific cases we've discussed tonight, the Cyclops, Flight 19, the Patriot, each one involving multiple vessels, well-trained crews, calm conditions, and a complete, total absence of wreckage, remain difficult to fully explain away with statistics alone. Let that tension sit quietly, unresolved, the way it has sat unresolved for generations of researchers before you. Some mysteries gradually dissolve once enough data accumulates around them. Others persist, stubbornly, regardless of how much careful science gets applied to them. The Bermuda Triangle seems to occupy an uncertain space somewhere between those two categories, explained just enough to feel almost reasonable, and yet strange enough in its specific details to keep resisting any single, fully satisfying answer. There's one more underwater mystery worth knowing about tonight, considerably closer to the surface than anything else we've explored, and unusual for an entirely different reason. This one involves the question of whether something we're looking at was made by nature or by human hands. Let your breathing stay slow and curious as we drift toward the waters near Yonaguni, a small island at the southwestern edge of Japan. In 1986, a diver exploring the area for a completely unrelated reason came across something unexpected resting on the seafloor roughly 75 feet below the surface. A massive formation of stone with strikingly straight edges, sharp right angles, and what appeared to be terraced, step-like levels carved into its structure. The formation, now generally referred to as the Yonaguni Monument, immediately sparked an intense debate that, even now, decades later, has never been fully resolved. Some researchers argue it's entirely natural, formed through ordinary geological processes. Sandstone in this particular region naturally fractures along straight lines, and similar rock formations exist on dry land nearby, displaying comparably sharp angles and stepped layers without any human involvement at all. Other researchers argue the precision and consistency of certain features are difficult to explain through natural fracturing alone, pointing toward what looks, to their eyes, like deliberately carved steps, a possible channel, and features resembling, at least in shape, the remnants of stairs or pathways. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider what's actually at stake in this particular disagreement. If the formation is entirely natural, it's simply an unusually striking example of how rock can fracture into clean, geometric shapes given the right underlying mineral structure. But if even part of it was shaped by human hands, the implications become considerably more significant, since the area would have needed to be above water relatively recently, in geological terms, for anyone to have carved it before rising sea levels eventually submerged it. That would place its potential construction during the last ice age, tens of thousands of years before most conventional timelines for organized human structures in this region. No definitive consensus has been reached. Detailed surveys have been conducted. Geologists and archaeologists have examined the site repeatedly, often arriving at different conclusions even when looking at exactly the same evidence. Let that lack of resolution settle quietly, the way uncertainty has been allowed to simply exist throughout this entire story tonight. Not every underwater mystery needs a tidy, universally agreed answer. Sometimes a formation can sit there, patient and ambiguous, inviting genuine scientific debate for decades, without anyone needing to feel troubled by the fact that the question remains, for now, gently unresolved. Let's return now to the Mariana Trench itself, because there's a great deal more strangeness hidden within it that we haven't yet explored tonight. The trench sits directly along something geologists call the Ring of Fire, a vast, roughly circular belt of intense tectonic activity that wraps around much of the Pacific Ocean. Along this ring, massive plates of the Earth's crust are constantly forced downward into the mantle below, melting under tremendous heat and pressure into molten rock. This single process, repeating endlessly along thousands of miles of coastline and seafloor, is responsible for roughly 90% of all the earthquakes that occur anywhere on the planet. It also fuels an entire landscape of undersea volcanoes scattered across the floor of the trench and the waters surrounding it, constantly venting toxic mixtures of chemicals and heavy metals directly into the surrounding ocean. Let your breathing stay slow and steady as we drift closer to these vents. There's nothing here that can reach you tonight. You're simply observing from a safe and comfortable distance one of the strangest chemical environments this planet has to offer. In the deepest portions of the trench, hydrothermal vents shoot mineral-rich water into the surrounding ocean at temperatures reaching well over 700 degrees Fahrenheit. Water this hot at this depth doesn't behave the way water behaves anywhere near the surface. The crushing pressure keeps it from boiling away into steam, allowing it to remain liquid even at temperatures that would otherwise seem impossible. At a particular underwater volcano called Eifuku, located more than 5,000 feet below the surface, certain vents have earned themselves an unexpectedly elegant nickname: champagne vents. They're called this because they release a constant stream of bubbles, though what's actually bubbling out of them isn't anything nearly as pleasant as the name suggests. These vents emit liquid carbon dioxide, transforming the surrounding water into a sharply acidic environment, one corrosive enough that it would strip the skin from a human body on contact. Elsewhere, along the same volcanic arc, certain underwater craters contain something even stranger. Pools of molten liquid sulfur found at sites with names like the Sulfur Cauldron and another nicknamed Rengoku, sitting hundreds of meters below the surface in conditions found almost nowhere else on this entire planet. This particular combination of pressure, heat, and chemistry creates an environment remarkably similar to conditions found on Io, one of Jupiter's volcanically active moons, sitting hundreds of millions of miles away from Earth. Let that comparison settle for a moment. Somewhere in the depths of our own ocean, conditions exist that more closely resemble the surface of a distant moon orbiting Jupiter than they resemble anywhere else here on Earth. The trench, it turns out, isn't simply the deepest place on the planet. In certain pockets, it's also one of the strangest, most alien environments we have any access to at all. But the Mariana Trench isn't the only place in the deep ocean producing conditions this otherworldly. There's another discovery, made considerably more recently, that turned out to be every bit as strange, in an entirely different way. In 2020, a team of researchers from the University of Miami set out aboard a research vessel called the Ocean Explorer, heading toward the Red Sea on what was meant to be a fairly routine scientific mission. Their goal was simply to study the structure of the seafloor in greater detail than previous surveys had managed. Nothing about the plan suggested anything unusual was about to happen. A deep-sea submersible, equipped with cameras and powerful lights, was lowered carefully from the deck of the ship, descending slowly through the water to a depth of just over a mile, well past the point where any sunlight could possibly reach. In that total, complete darkness, the submersible's lights illuminated what appeared at first to be an entirely unremarkable seafloor. Smooth, quiet, apparently empty. And then, after some time, the camera picked up something that seemed almost immediately like it shouldn't be possible. A flat, unusually shaped object came into view, roughly 70 feet across. As the submersible moved closer, the researchers noticed something strange about its surface. It appeared smooth, almost glassy, with a faint, slightly translucent mist hovering just above it. At first glance, it could easily have been mistaken for sand, disturbed by a current or perhaps a settled layer of fine silt. But as the submersible drew closer still, any doubt disappeared entirely. It was a lake, an underwater lake, resting at the bottom of an ocean that was already itself well over a mile deep. A completely enclosed body of water, separate from the seawater surrounding it, with a clear, visible boundary marking exactly where one body of water ended and the other began. Let that image settle quietly for a moment. A lake, inside the ocean. Not a metaphor, not a simplification for the sake of explanation. An actual, distinct, separate body of water sitting on the seafloor, refusing to simply dissolve into the vastly larger ocean surrounding it on every side. In the years since that initial discovery, researchers have located several more of these strange formations, and the more closely they've studied them, the more remarkable they've turned out to be. Beneath their unremarkable calm surfaces, these underwater lakes are among the most extreme environments found anywhere on this planet. Their waters are lethal to almost anything that enters them. And yet, despite those harsh, hostile conditions, scientists have discovered something else hidden within these lakes. Forms of life unlike almost anything else found anywhere on Earth. Organisms whose biology has adapted to survive in conditions that would mean instant death for nearly every other living creature. Let your breathing stay slow and curious through this part of the story. We're going to spend some time tonight exploring exactly how something this strange manages to exist at all, and what it might eventually teach us about the very origins of life itself, both here on our own planet and possibly on worlds far beyond it. Let's return one final time to that 1977 expedition to the Galapagos Rift, because the story of that particular discovery deserves to be told a little more completely. Let your breathing stay slow and easy as we travel back to that moment. A team of geologists aboard a research vessel investigating underwater volcanic activity along the rift had been using a submersible called Alvin, lowered repeatedly to the seafloor to study the geology of the spreading ridge below. Their mission originally had nothing to do with biology at all. They were geologists, interested in rock formations and tectonic processes, not searching for life of any kind. As their submersible approached a particular hydrothermal vent, the water around it suddenly shimmered with heat distortion. And through that shimmer, the crew noticed something nobody had expected or prepared for. Dense clusters of large, unfamiliar creatures clustered directly around the vent opening, thriving in water far too hot and far too dark for anyone to have previously imagined sustaining any meaningful amount of life. Let your body stay settled and calm as we sit with their surprise for a moment. These geologists, with no biologists aboard their expedition, found themselves suddenly responsible for documenting an entirely new category of ecosystem, one that didn't fit into any existing scientific framework for how life on Earth could possibly sustain itself. They radioed back to shore in considerable excitement, describing creatures nobody had any name for yet. The giant tube worms we discussed earlier, strange white crabs, enormous clams, considerably larger than anything found in shallower, sunlit water. An entire dense, thriving community clustered tightly around a source of heat and chemistry in conditions that, by every previous scientific assumption, should have supported nothing at all. It took biologists rushing to join subsequent expeditions to the same site to begin properly identifying and understanding what the geologists had stumbled upon. The discovery fundamentally reshaped scientific understanding of where life could exist, not just in our own oceans, but potentially anywhere else water and the right chemistry might combine. A realization that directly paved the way for the later speculation about Europa, about Enceladus, about every other distant moon and planet we've discussed tonight that might harbor something similar, hidden beneath ice or rock, far from any sunlight at all. Let that origin story settle quietly into everything else tonight has offered. Sometimes the most significant discoveries happen entirely by accident, found by people who weren't even looking for what they eventually found, simply because they happened to be in the right place, with the right instruments, at exactly the right moment, to notice something nobody had ever properly considered before. The ocean, it seems, has been patiently waiting this entire time for someone eventually to look closely enough to finally notice. Let's return briefly to the hydrothermal vents we touched on earlier, because there's a particular detail about the life surrounding them worth knowing in more depth. Around vents considerably cooler than the champagne vents and sulfur pools of the Mariana Arc, found in various locations throughout the deep ocean, extraordinary colonies of giant tube worms cluster together in dense, almost garden-like formations. These creatures, some growing longer than 6 feet, have no mouth, no eyes, no digestive system of any conventional kind at all. Let your breathing stay slow and curious as we consider how something this large manages to survive without any of the basic equipment most animals rely on simply to eat. The answer lies in an extraordinary partnership. Each tube worm hosts billions of bacteria directly within its own body tissue. Bacteria capable of converting the toxic hydrogen sulfide released by the vent into usable energy through chemosynthesis. The same basic process powering the extremophiles we discussed earlier tonight in the brine pools. In exchange for processing this chemical energy and sharing it with their host, the bacteria receive a safe, sheltered home, protected from the otherwise harsh conditions outside the worm's body, along with a steady supply of the very hydrogen sulfide and oxygen they need to keep working. Neither the worm nor the bacteria could survive nearly as well alone. Together, they thrive, forming colonies dense enough to support an entire surrounding ecosystem of crabs, shrimp, and small fish, all ultimately dependent on this strange chemical partnership happening invisibly within each individual worm's body. These vent communities were entirely unknown to science until 1977, when researchers exploring the Galapagos Rift unexpectedly discovered them, completely overturning the previous assumption that deep ocean environments without sunlight could only support extremely limited life, if any life at all. Before that discovery, nobody seriously considered that an entire thriving ecosystem could exist independent of the sun's energy completely. Let that moment of discovery settle quietly. It's rare in any scientific field to discover an entirely new category of ecosystem operating on principles nobody had previously considered possible. And yet, that's precisely what happened here, in waters that had likely supported these same chemosynthetic communities for millions of years before anyone above the surface ever knew they existed. There's a particular vent field discovered more recently near the Cayman Trough in the Caribbean that holds the record for the deepest hydrothermal vents ever found, sitting more than 3 miles below the surface. The water emerging from these particular vents reaches temperatures exceeding 700 degrees Fahrenheit, kept liquid only by the immense surrounding pressure. Exactly the same principle keeping water liquid within the champagne vents of the Mariana Trench. Let your body stay settled and easy as we consider how many of these hidden chemical gardens likely exist scattered across the ocean floor, entirely undiscovered, simply because so little of the deep sea floor has ever actually been surveyed in any detail. Each new vent field found tends to reveal slightly different conditions, slightly different chemistry, slightly different life adapted specifically to that particular combination, suggesting the total diversity of these chemosynthetic ecosystems may be considerably larger than anyone has yet properly catalogued. There's a particular kind of light worth knowing about, one that exists almost entirely within these deep, dark waters we've been exploring tonight, produced not by the sun, but by the creatures themselves. Let your breathing stay slow and curious as we drift through this part of the story. In the total absence of sunlight that defines most of the deep ocean, many creatures have evolved the ability to produce their own light through a chemical reaction occurring directly within their bodies. This phenomenon, called bioluminescence, shows up in an extraordinary variety of forms throughout these depths, each species developing its own particular use for the soft, eerie glow it can produce. The anglerfish is probably the most recognizable example, with its long, thin filament extending from its head, tipped with a small, glowing lure that dangles enticingly in the darkness. Smaller fish, drawn toward what appears to be a small, easy meal, glowing softly nearby, swim closer, only to discover, often too late, that the light is attached to a considerably larger predator, waiting patiently just behind it. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider how patient this particular strategy actually is. The anglerfish doesn't chase anything. It simply waits, motionless, conserving energy in an environment where food is scarce and unpredictable, letting its own light do the work of luring a meal close enough to catch with almost no effort at all. There's another creature worth knowing about, stranger still, called the vampire squid. Despite the dramatic name having very little to do with how it actually behaves. Rather than hunting actively, it drifts slowly through the deep water, capturing tiny particles of organic debris, the same marine snow we discussed earlier tonight, using long, sticky filaments rather than aggressive tentacles. When startled, instead of fleeing quickly, it wraps its arms around its own body, forming a strange, cloaked shape, and releases a cloud of bioluminescent mucus, an oddly beautiful, glowing decoy left behind as it slowly retreats into darkness. This particular defense mechanism is unusual even among deep-sea creatures. Most animals that produce a startling burst of light when threatened release it as a brief flash. The vampire squid's glowing mucus, by contrast, lingers, continuing to glow for several minutes after release, a small, drifting cloud of light marking the spot where the squid used to be, long after it's already moved safely elsewhere. Let that strategy settle quietly, the way every strange adaptation tonight deserves a moment to settle. Sometimes the most effective way to escape danger isn't speed. It's leaving behind something interesting enough to hold a predator's attention while you quietly slip away in an entirely different direction. Researchers estimate that the vast majority of creatures living in the deep ocean, somewhere between 70 and 90%, depending on the specific depth and region studied, possess some form of bioluminescence. In a world without sunlight, light itself has become one of the primary languages these creatures use to communicate, to hunt, to defend themselves, and occasionally simply to find one another in the otherwise total darkness. Let your own eyes rest easily now, the way they might if you were drifting gently through this same glowing darkness, watching small, scattered points of light bloom softly around you, asking nothing of you except to notice them. briefly before they fade again into the quiet dark. There's one more quiet, remarkable process worth knowing about tonight, one connecting the surface world to the deep ocean in a way that's easy to overlook entirely. Let your breathing stay slow and gentle as we consider what happens when a large whale eventually dies somewhere in the open ocean, far from any shore. Its body, no longer able to stay buoyant, begins a long, slow descent toward the seafloor, sometimes sinking for hours through layer after layer of increasingly dark, cold water, before finally settling at the bottom. What happens next is called a whale fall, and it represents one of the single largest, most concentrated deliveries of food the deep ocean ever receives. A single whale carcass can provide enough nutrients to sustain an entire local ecosystem for years, sometimes decades, depending on the size of the animal and the depth at which it finally settles. The process unfolds in distinct, recognizable stages. First, scavengers arrive quickly, drawn by the sheer abundance of available food. Sleeper sharks, hagfish, giant amphipods, all converging on the carcass within days, stripping away the soft tissue with remarkable speed given how scarce food typically is at these depths. Let your body stay settled and calm as we follow this process through its later stages. Once the soft tissue is gone, a second wave of smaller organisms moves in, specialized worms and crustaceans capable of breaking down the remaining cartilage and bone, slowly working through what's left over a period of months or years. Finally, in the last and longest stage, specialized bacteria take over entirely, breaking down the chemical compounds locked within the whale's bones themselves, releasing sulfur compounds that support yet another community of chemosynthetic organisms, not unlike the Extremophiles we discussed earlier tonight in the brine pools, and the bacteria living within the tube worms surrounding hydrothermal vents. This final stage alone can continue for decades, an entire small ecosystem sustained by a single dead whale, slowly working through what remains of its skeleton long after every other visible trace of the animal has disappeared. Let that timeline settle quietly. A single death, occurring somewhere far above on the sunlit surface, can support an entire community of deep-sea life for decades afterward, an unbroken chain connecting the world of light and air to the patient, hidden world resting at the bottom of the ocean. There's something worth carrying from this particular cycle gently as you continue settling towards sleep tonight. Nothing in this ocean is truly wasted. Every ending becomes, eventually, the beginning of something else entirely, continuing on in forms that look nothing like what came before, but that carry forward, in their own quiet way, everything that mattered about what was lost. There's a relative of the hydrothermal vent ecosystems worth knowing about tonight, similar in basic concept but built around an entirely different chemical foundation. Let your breathing stay slow and curious as we drift toward what scientists call cold seeps, found scattered across various continental margins throughout the world's oceans, including portions of the Gulf of Mexico, not far from the brine pools we explored earlier tonight. Unlike hydrothermal vents, which release scalding, mineral-rich water, cold seeps release methane and hydrogen sulfide at temperatures roughly matching the surrounding seawater, seeping slowly and steadily from cracks in the seafloor rather than venting with any dramatic heat or pressure. Despite lacking the heat, cold seeps support remarkably similar ecosystems to their hydrothermal cousins. The same basic chemosynthetic bacteria, capable of converting methane or hydrogen sulfide into usable energy, form the foundation of dense communities of mussels, clams, and tube worms, all clustered tightly around the seep, drawing sustenance from chemistry rather than sunlight, exactly as their relatives do around the hotter vents elsewhere in the ocean. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider something particularly striking about certain mussels found at these cold seeps. Some species have been documented living for well over a century. Their growth rate slowed dramatically by the cold, stable conditions and modest, steady food supply the seep provides. Not unlike the remarkable longevity we might associate with creatures adapted to similarly slow, patient environments elsewhere in the ocean. One particularly unusual formation found at certain cold seeps involves something researchers call ice worms, small pink worms that live directly within frozen deposits of methane hydrate, the same compressed natural gas formation we discussed earlier in connection with the Bermuda Triangle. These worms appear to feed on bacteria living on the surface of the methane ice itself, representing one of the only known examples of an animal making its home directly within a frozen hydrocarbon deposit, rather than simply near one. Let that detail settle quietly, the way every strange adaptation tonight has settled in its turn. Life, it seems, doesn't simply tolerate the strangest chemistry this planet has to offer. Given enough time, enough patient evolutionary pressure, it finds a way to make even the strangest substances into something resembling home. Researchers continue discovering new cold seep sites regularly, each one supporting its own distinct community, slightly different in exact composition depending on the precise chemistry seeping up from below. Like the hydrothermal vents, like the underwater brine pools, like so much of what we've explored together tonight, these seeps remind us that the ocean floor isn't simply empty, dark, and barren. It's quietly, patiently full of small, thriving worlds, each one built around whatever particular chemistry happens to be available in that exact spot, waiting patiently for anyone curious enough to look closely. Further study of the Red Sea showed that the lake the University of Miami team discovered wasn't a one-off oddity. Today, roughly 25 formations of this kind have been identified in the region alone, each one differing slightly in shape and size, yet equally mysterious in how it manages to exist at all. Interestingly, underwater lakes like these turn up in only two other places on the entire planet: the Gulf of Mexico and the Eastern Mediterranean. Nowhere else has anyone ever found anything quite like them. Let your body stay settled and easy as we explore exactly how something this strange comes into being. There's a satisfying kind of logic hidden beneath all this mystery, and it's worth walking through slowly, the way any good explanation deserves to be walked through. These lakes vary enormously in size. Some are small enough to fit comfortably within an ordinary room. Others are true giants. The Orca Basin, sitting in the depths of the Gulf of Mexico, covers an area of nearly 48 square miles with a depth of more than 700 feet. It's large enough that actual underwater waterfalls form within it, created by variations in the surrounding seafloor. Whether tiny or enormous, every one of these lakes shares a single defining feature: extreme salt content. Salt makes water denser and therefore heavier than ordinary fresh water. You can notice this difference even with something as simple as a liter of ordinary seawater, which weighs slightly more than the same volume of fresh water. But in these particular underwater lakes, the salinity reaches an entirely different order of magnitude, 8 to 10 times saltier than normal seawater. At that concentration, the resulting brine becomes so dense that it settles, almost like a separate liquid entirely, directly onto the seafloor, forming distinct, separate layers rather than simply mixing into the surrounding ocean. This is precisely why scientists call these formations brine pools. Let your breathing stay slow and curious as we work through the deeper question here. Extreme salinity alone doesn't fully explain why these lakes exist or how they've managed to persist, undissolved, for what turns out to be an extraordinarily long time. Some of these brine pools, research suggests, are thousands or even millions of years old. How does something this delicate, this seemingly fragile, manage to maintain its structure for that long, constantly surrounded by a vastly larger ocean that should, by every ordinary expectation, simply absorb and dilute it over time? The answer lies in something happening continuously, deep beneath the lake itself. These brine pools are constantly replenished with fresh, warm, salt-saturated water rising up from below. As that heavy brine slowly loses small amounts of salt to the surrounding ocean above it, an equal amount of new, warm, salty water rises up from underneath to replace exactly what was lost. A perfectly balanced, ongoing exchange, repeating endlessly, year after year, century after century. So where does this seemingly endless supply of warm, salty water actually come from? The answer reaches back into the deep geological history of these three particular regions. The Gulf of Mexico, the Eastern Mediterranean, and the Red Sea each share something remarkable in their past. At different points across hundreds of millions of years, each of these basins was, at some stage, completely cut off from the wider global ocean. Continents drift, tectonic plates collide and separate. Over the course of tens or hundreds of millions of years, this slow, patient process has repeatedly opened and closed connections between different bodies of water across the entire planet. At some point in their history, each of these three basins became isolated, cut off entirely from the ocean, transformed effectively into a single, enormous, landlocked sea. And over the millions of years that followed, isolated from any fresh source of water, these ancient inland seas eventually evaporated completely. The water disappeared into the atmosphere, but the salt it had carried did not. It remained behind, settling into the basin floor, forming enormous, thick layers of solid salt deposits where an entire sea had once existed. Over time, these salt layers were gradually buried beneath new layers of ordinary sedimentary rock, settling slowly on top through the normal accumulation of sand, silt, and marine debris across millions of additional years. Eventually, tectonic activity reopened a connection to the wider ocean once more. Seawater returned, flooding back into these armed ancient depressions, creating the seas we recognize today. Beneath the new water, though, the old salt remained exactly where it had settled, buried now beneath layers of rock, waiting. This sets up the final piece of the puzzle: ongoing tectonic activity. In each of these regions, the Earth's crust continues shifting even now, creating small cracks and fissures in the seafloor. Through these openings, ordinary seawater gradually seeps downward, eventually reaching those ancient buried salt deposits far below. Once it reaches the salt, the seawater dissolves it, becoming saturated, transforming into dense, heavy brine. Warmed by heat rising from deep within the Earth itself, this newly formed brine rises back upward through the same cracks it descended through. But because it remains so much denser than the ordinary seawater above, it doesn't disperse once it reaches the sea floor. It simply settles there instead, forming a separate, distinct pool. This is how an underwater lake comes into being, a self-sustaining reservoir of extraordinarily salty water, continuously fed with fresh minerals and heat rising up from deep within the planet, existing as something close to its own small, separate world, tucked quietly into the floor of a much larger ocean above it. Let your breathing stay slow and settled as that explanation finishes settling into place. There's something deeply satisfying in mysteries like this one, strange enough at first glance to seem almost impossible, and yet traced back carefully, step by patient step, revealing an entirely logical, almost elegant chain of geological cause and effect, unfolding slowly across an almost unimaginable span of time. There's a more familiar relative of these underwater brine pools worth knowing about, one that many people have actually visited in person, even if they never thought of it in quite these terms. The Dead Sea, sitting between Jordan and Israel, isn't an underwater lake hidden beneath an ocean. It's an entirely exposed body of water sitting directly on the surface, yet it shares the same basic defining feature as the brine pools we've explored tonight. Extraordinary salinity, roughly 9 times saltier than ordinary seawater, dense enough that swimmers famously float on its surface almost without effort, unable to fully submerge no matter how hard they try. Let your breathing stay slow and curious as we consider how the Dead Sea came to be this way. Much like the ancient basins beneath the Red Sea and the Gulf of Mexico, the Dead Sea sits within a depression that has, over millions of years, been repeatedly cut off from larger bodies of water, allowed to evaporate, and refilled again, leaving behind thick layers of mineral deposits each time. It's essentially the same fundamental process responsible for our underwater brine pools simply playing out at the surface in open air, rather than hidden beneath the ocean. Almost nothing can survive in the Dead Sea's water directly, much like the underwater brine pools. Fish carried in accidentally by freshwater streams typically die within minutes of entering. Yet, just as with the brine pools, certain specialized microorganisms have adapted to survive even here. Salt-loving bacteria and archaea, distant cousins of the same kinds of extremophiles thriving in the deep ocean lakes we discussed earlier tonight. There's another similar formation worth knowing about, considerably more remote, called Lake Vostok, buried beneath roughly 2.5 miles of solid ice in Antarctica. Unlike the Dead Sea, nobody has ever directly seen this lake's surface. Its existence was confirmed only through careful seismic and radar surveys conducted from the surface of the ice sheet far above. Researchers believe Lake Vostok has remained completely sealed off from the outside world for somewhere between 15 and 25 million years. An isolated body of water trapped beneath the ice for a span of time considerably longer than most of human evolutionary history. When researchers finally managed to extract a sample of its water in 2012, drilling carefully down through the ice without contaminating what lay beneath, they found microbial life present even there, organisms that had potentially been isolated from the rest of the planet's biosphere for millions of years, evolving quietly, separately, in conditions of total darkness and immense pressure. Let that settle quietly for a moment, from the Dead Sea's familiar sunlit shores to brine pools hidden a mile beneath the Red Sea, to an ancient lake sealed beneath miles of Antarctic ice. The same basic pattern keeps repeating itself across this planet: extreme isolation, extreme chemistry, and somehow, against every reasonable expectation, life finding its way to persist regardless. Let your own body rest as completely as Lake Vostok has rested, sealed away from disturbance, undisturbed, patient, for longer than almost anything else in this story tonight. There's another striking lake worth knowing about tonight, far from any ocean, that demonstrates just how varied extreme water environments can be across the surface of this planet. Let your breathing stay slow and curious as we travel briefly toward East Africa, to Lake Natron, sitting within the Great Rift Valley in Tanzania. This lake's water carries an extraordinarily high pH, similar in concentration to ammonia, caused by volcanic minerals draining into the basin from the surrounding landscape over thousands of years. Combined with intense evaporation under the equatorial sun that concentrates these minerals further with each passing dry season. The water's chemistry is striking enough that it can calcify the bodies of birds and small animals that die near its shores, preserving them in a way that looks almost like natural mummification, their forms captured in a thin mineral coating as the lake's intensely alkaline water slowly hardens around them. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider how, despite this seemingly hostile chemistry, Lake Natron supports something genuinely beautiful. Its waters turn a striking shade of red during certain seasons, caused by salt-loving microorganisms thriving in the extreme alkalinity, the same basic principle of life finding a foothold in seemingly impossible chemistry that we've returned to again and again throughout tonight's journey. And remarkably, this same lake serves as one of the most important breeding grounds in all of East Africa for lesser flamingos, birds that have specifically adapted to tolerate the lake's harsh water in order to access an abundant food supply of the very same microorganisms that give the lake its distinctive color. There's a similar formation worth knowing about in Russia called Lake Karachay, though its extreme conditions come from an entirely different, considerably more troubling source. Decades of nuclear waste disposal during the Soviet era left this lake so radioactively contaminated that standing at its shore for even a single hour was once estimated to deliver a lethal dose of radiation. Unlike Lake Natron, nothing about Lake Karachay's danger is natural. It's a stark reminder that human activity, in certain circumstances, can create extreme environments every bit as hostile as anything geology or chemistry produces on its own. Let your breathing settle back into calm, easy rhythm as we move past this more sobering example. Most of the extreme water environments we've explored tonight, the underwater brine pools, the Dead Sea, Lake Vostok beneath Antarctic ice, even Lake Natron's harsh alkalinity, emerged through entirely natural processes, slowly, patiently, across thousands or millions of years. They stand as reminders of how varied and surprising this planet's water can be, even without any human involvement shaping their extremity at all. Let that variety settle quietly into your awareness. Now, one final collection of strange, extreme waters added to everything else tonight's journey has shown you, each one its own small, distinct world, governed by its own particular chemistry, asking nothing of you except curiosity and the willingness to simply let strange things exist quietly, without needing to fully resolve every question they raise. There's a parallel discovery worth knowing about, one that exists not beneath the ocean at all, but buried beneath thousands of feet of solid ice in one of the most remote, hostile places on the surface of this planet. Let your breathing stay slow and curious as we travel briefly to Antarctica. Beneath roughly 2.5 miles of ancient ice, researchers have confirmed the existence of Lake Vostok, an enormous body of liquid fresh water, isolated from the rest of the planet for what scientists estimate to be somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million years. This lake remains liquid despite the brutal Antarctic cold above it, kept from freezing by a combination of pressure from the immense weight of ice pressing down on it, and heat rising slowly from the Earth's own crust below. In many respects, the conditions here echo the same fundamental principles we explored earlier tonight, with the brine pools, isolation, extreme pressure, a delicate, ongoing balance of heat and chemistry that allows liquid water to persist where, by every ordinary expectation, it really shouldn't. For nearly 1 million years, Lake Vostok existed in complete isolation, cut off entirely from the rest of the planet's atmosphere, its own ecosystem, if one exists at all, evolving independently the entire time, without any contact whatsoever with the world above the ice. In 2012, after decades of careful, painstaking drilling, Russian researchers finally reached the lake itself, extracting water samples that had been sealed away from sunlight and outside contact for an almost unimaginable span of time. Initial analysis suggested the presence of bacterial life within the samples, though the scientific community remains divided on exactly how much of what was found represents genuine ancient lake organisms versus contamination introduced accidentally during the drilling process itself. Let that uncertainty settle quietly, the way every genuine scientific uncertainty deserves to settle. Sometimes the most honest answer researchers can give is simply that the results remain unclear, that more careful study is needed before anyone can say with real confidence exactly what was found, sealed away beneath that ancient Antarctic ice for the better part of 1 million years. What makes Lake Vostok particularly relevant to everything we've discussed tonight is the broader pattern it represents. Across this entire planet, in locations as different from one another as the floor of the Red Sea and the depths of the Antarctic ice sheet, isolated pockets of water keep turning up, persisting against every ordinary expectation, sometimes hosting forms of life that have evolved along entirely separate paths from anything found in more accessible, better studied environments. This pattern matters enormously for the broader question of life beyond Earth. If isolated, extreme pockets of water can persist for hundreds of thousands or millions of years right here on our own planet, surviving conditions that would seem, at first glance, entirely hostile to anything alive, then the case for similar pockets existing elsewhere in the solar system becomes considerably stronger. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider one more parallel worth knowing about. Beneath the ice of Antarctica, Researchers have identified more than 400 separate subglacial lakes, similar in basic principle to Lake Vostok, though most considerably smaller and less thoroughly studied. Each one represents its own isolated pocket of liquid water, sealed away from the surface world by enormous quantities of ancient ice. Each one a small, hidden world unto itself, waiting patiently for researchers to eventually develop the careful, non-contaminating drilling techniques needed to study it properly without disturbing whatever fragile ecosystem might exist within. The Earth, it turns out, is considerably better at hiding things than most people ever realize. Strange lakes at the bottom of the ocean, hidden lakes beneath ancient ice, isolated pockets of water persisting for millennia, sometimes far longer, entirely separate from the rest of the world, quietly continuing their own particular existence regardless of whether anyone above ever discovers them at all. Let your breathing match that same quiet persistence now. You don't need anyone to discover or understand exactly what's happening within you tonight either. You can simply exist quietly, settling deeper into rest, the same way these hidden lakes have settled undisturbed for as long as they've existed. To properly understand just how strange these underwater lakes truly are, it helps to imagine briefly what entering one would actually feel like, even though nobody could ever survive doing so for real. Let your breathing stay slow and easy as we walk through this thought experiment together. None of it is happening to you tonight. You're simply imagining, from a place of complete safety, what an encounter with one of these lakes might involve. Suppose for a moment that one of these brine pools existed on dry land instead of at the bottom of the ocean. The first thing you'd notice, stepping toward the water's edge, would be its density. Far higher than any water you've ever actually touched. It wouldn't behave like an ordinary liquid at all. It would feel thick, viscous, closer to syrup than water, resisting every movement you tried to make against it. You couldn't drown in water this dense, strangely enough. Its sheer weight would push your body back toward the surface, almost like floating on a strange, heavy mirror rather than swimming through ordinary water. Next would come the smell, caused by hydrogen sulfide, the same compound released constantly from these brine pools, producing an odor most people would immediately recognize as the unmistakable, sharp scent of rotten eggs, except concentrated far beyond anything you'd ever normally encounter, hanging thick and heavy in the air around the water's edge. And whatever discomfort the smell caused would be nothing compared to what your skin would experience on contact. The extreme salinity alone would cause severe irritation almost immediately, followed quickly by genuine chemical burns. Add to that the heavy metals dissolved throughout the water, capable of entering the body and causing serious damage to the lungs, the liver, the kidneys, even the nervous system itself. Stepping into water like this wouldn't simply be uncomfortable. It would be, in every meaningful sense, stepping directly into a fully lethal chemical trap. Let your own breathing stay slow and steady. None of this can reach you tonight. You're simply listening from a place of complete comfort and safety to a description of conditions that exist far away, deep beneath the ocean's surface, in places almost nobody will ever actually visit in person. This naturally raises a particular question. What happens to marine animals that wander into one of these lakes by accident? The answer is about as brief and definite as you'd expect. They die. The boundary separating a brine pool from the ordinary seawater surrounding it functions quite literally as the boundary between survival and death. Anything that crosses from one side to the other simply doesn't survive the transition. Researchers studying these formations have confirmed that no living creature, whether fish, shrimp, worm, or mollusk, can endure these waters for any meaningful length of time. The moment an ordinary fish enters a brine pool, it experiences something called osmotic shock. The extreme salt concentration begins violently pulling water directly out of its body, dehydrating its tissues from the inside. At the same time, these lakes contain essentially no oxygen at all. There's nothing for a fish to breathe, even briefly. Instead, toxic heavy metals and corrosive compounds enter through the gills, burning delicate tissue and causing death within a remarkably short span of time. Over years of observation, researchers have documented entire small graveyards scattered along the edges of these brine pools, the remains of creatures that wandered too close or were carried in by accident and never managed to find their way back out again. Let your breathing stay slow and calm through this part of the story. There's something instructive, even comforting in its own strange way, in understanding precisely where danger exists and precisely where safety lies. You are nowhere near any of this tonight. You're simply, safely, learning about it from a great distance. Sometimes, though, hunger overrides even the most basic instinct for self-preservation. In genuine footage captured at a brine pool in the Gulf of Mexico, researchers recorded an eel taking a desperate, calculated risk in search of food. It dives briefly into the edge of the lake, searching for something edible, then quickly retreats back to safety, repeating this same dangerous routine again and again. Each dive amounts to a small wager against death itself. Even a few extra seconds of delay can mean absorbing a lethal dose of toxins before managing to escape. On one particular dive, the eel doesn't resurface in time. Having absorbed too much, it curls into a series of convulsions and stops moving entirely. Let that settle quietly, without dwelling on it too long. These lakes are rightly considered among the most extreme, most dangerous environments anywhere on this planet. And yet somehow, against every reasonable expectation, this isn't the end of the story. Because something genuinely impossible seeming has been discovered living inside these same lethal waters. Organisms that have found a way to not just survive, but actually thrive in conditions that mean instant death for nearly everything else. Let your curiosity stay calm and unhurried as we turn next toward exactly what kind of life has managed to make a home in a place this hostile. These organisms are called extremophiles, microorganisms, primarily bacteria, and a related group called archaea that have somehow adapted to survive in some of the most hostile environments this planet has to offer, defying nearly every rule of life we'd otherwise consider basic and unbreakable. Let your breathing stay slow and curious as we explore exactly how something this small manages something this remarkable. Instead of relying on sunlight and oxygen the way nearly every familiar living thing does, these extremophiles draw their energy directly from chemical reactions. The oxidation of sulfur, the oxidation of methane, processes that would mean nothing at all to most organisms, but that these particular microbes have learned across countless generations to harness as their primary source of energy. Their unique cellular structure allows them to exist directly within these brine pools, in the exact same water that proves instantly lethal to virtually every other living thing on the planet. Where extreme salinity and toxic chemistry make survival impossible for ordinary organisms, these extremophiles have found a way not just to endure, but to genuinely flourish. And though individually microscopic, invisible to the naked eye, these organisms collectively form entire complex micro-ecosystems, every fragment of life within them intricately connected to everything else around it. Thanks to their presence, slightly larger organisms manage to survive at the very edges of this otherwise lethal chemical environment too. Tiny crustaceans, small polychaete worms, creatures that have learned to feed carefully along the boundary zone of these lakes, drawing on resources the extremophiles themselves produce, without ever venturing fully into the deadly water at the center. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider what these tiny, resilient organisms might actually mean for our understanding of life itself. Researchers studying these brine pools believe they may offer something considerably more valuable than simply an interesting biological curiosity. They may represent a genuine window into how life on Earth first began. According to current scientific understanding, the very first living organisms likely emerged somewhere in the depths of an ancient ocean in an environment with little or no oxygen at all, conditions that, in many respects, closely resemble the extreme, toxic basins we've been exploring tonight. These underwater lakes, in other words, may function as something close to natural laboratories of the deep past, recreating in real time the very conditions under which the earliest forms of life on this planet may have first taken shape, billions of years ago. And since these lakes continue to support a thriving, if extremely specialized, biological environment right now, in the present day, it stands to reason that similar processes could genuinely have unfolded at the very beginning of our planet's long history, long before anything resembling familiar life existed anywhere at all. Let that possibility settle quietly. Somewhere at the bottom of our own ocean, in conditions almost nobody will ever personally witness, something resembling the earliest chapter of life's entire story may still be quietly playing out, exactly as it always has. There's an even more intriguing layer to this discovery. These same salty, oxygen-starved underwater lakes may also help scientists answer a question that reaches far beyond our own planet entirely. Whether life might be possible somewhere else within our own solar system. Let your breathing stay slow and easy as we drift, for a little while, from the depths of our own ocean towards something considerably more distant. Not science fiction, not speculation without evidence, genuine, careful scientific research, built directly on what we've learned from these strange lakes hidden beneath our own seas. There's a creature worth knowing about that takes the basic idea of extremophile survival to a level that sounds almost unbelievable, even by the standards of everything else we've discussed tonight. Let your breathing stay slow and curious as we explore one of the most resilient living things ever discovered on this planet. The tardigrade, sometimes called a water bear, is a microscopic creature, barely visible without magnification, found in environments ranging from deep ocean sediment to mountain streams to the moss growing in an ordinary garden. What makes tardigrades remarkable isn't where they typically live, It's what they can survive when conditions turn genuinely hostile. Researchers have exposed tardigrades to the vacuum of outer space, complete with intense radiation and temperatures dropping to nearly absolute zero, and found that a meaningful percentage of them survived the experience entirely. They've been frozen solid for years, even decades, and successfully revived afterward, resuming normal biological function as though no time had passed at all. They've survived pressure exceeding that found at the bottom of the deepest ocean trench, and radiation levels many hundreds of times higher than what would prove instantly fatal to a human being. They accomplish this through a remarkable biological trick called cryptobiosis, essentially powering down nearly every metabolic process in their tiny bodies, entering a state so close to complete suspension that, by most measurable standards, they appear to no longer be alive at all. In this state, they can apparently wait out almost any hostile condition indefinitely, then simply resume normal activity once conditions improve again, sometimes after a delay, measured not in days or months, but in years. Let that resilience settle for a moment, the way every remarkable adaptation tonight deserves a moment to properly settle. Somewhere on this planet right now, tiny creatures smaller than a grain of sand are essentially waiting out conditions that would instantly destroy almost anything else alive, patient enough, durable enough to simply pause their own existence until the world around them becomes survivable again. There's a related creature worth knowing about too, one that lives specifically around the same kind of hydrothermal vents we explored earlier tonight in the Mariana Trench. The Pompeii worm, discovered living directly on the sides of active deep-sea hydrothermal vents, tolerates temperature extremes that would cook almost any other animal alive within seconds. Its tail end often rests in water exceeding 80 degrees Celsius, while its feathery head, just inches away, extends into water considerably cooler, allowing it to breathe and feed even while the rest of its body endures near-boiling conditions. Researchers studying the Pompeii worm have found it relies on a thick coating of bacteria covering its back, forming a kind of living insulating fleece that helps protect its body from the most extreme heat. In exchange, the worm appears to provide these bacteria with a stable surface to live on, along with whatever nutrients happen to be available in the surrounding vent water. Another small, quiet partnership, not unlike the relationship between tube worms and the bacteria living inside them, two entirely different organisms finding a way to support each other in conditions that would be fatal to either one alone. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider this recurring pattern showing up again and again throughout tonight's journey. Extreme environments, rather than simply excluding life altogether, seem instead to produce some of the most remarkable, most creative biological solutions found anywhere on this planet. Heat-resistant worms wearing living coats of bacteria, microscopic creatures capable of pausing their own existence indefinitely, Extremophiles thriving in lakes lethal to almost everything else. Each one a different answer to the same basic question: how does something manage to survive somewhere it really shouldn't be able to survive at all? There's a comforting parallel hiding in all of this too, worth carrying with you as you continue settling toward sleep tonight. Resilience doesn't always look like strength in the obvious sense. Sometimes it looks like patience. Sometimes it looks like finding an unlikely partnership. Sometimes it simply looks like waiting, quietly, for conditions to improve, trusting that they eventually will. In 2018, a group of researchers studying radar data collected from Mars made an unexpected discovery, one that echoed almost exactly what scientists had already found beneath our own oceans here on Earth. Beneath the southern polar ice cap of Mars at a depth of roughly a mile, they detected clear signs of hyper-salty subsurface lakes. The discovery came from an instrument called MARSIS, a radar system carried aboard the European Space Agency's Mars Express orbiter, circling the planet from above. The radar picked up reflected signals strongly suggesting the presence of liquid water. One large lake, roughly 12 miles across, 3 smaller ones nearby, each measuring around 6 miles. Let your breathing stay slow and curious as we consider what this actually means. Researchers believe the water in these Martian lakes remains liquid specifically because of extremely high salt content. The same basic principle keeping our own underwater brine pools from simply freezing or dispersing. That salinity lowers the freezing point of the water enough to keep it liquid even under the brutally cold conditions found at the Martian poles. And just like their counterparts here on Earth, these Martian lakes are almost certainly devoid of oxygen, making their underlying chemistry remarkably similar to the brine pools we've spent so much of tonight exploring. If life managed to take hold in conditions this extreme here on our own planet, it raises an entirely reasonable question. Why couldn't something similar have happened on Mars as well? Or perhaps somewhere even further from home. Let your body stay settled and curious as we travel, in imagination only, much further out into the solar system now. Toward Europa, one of Jupiter's many moons, and according to many astrobiologists, one of the single most promising places to search for life beyond Earth. At first glance, Europa looks like nothing more than a frozen, lifeless ball of ice, its surface temperatures plunging to roughly minus 150 degrees Celsius. It hardly seems like the kind of place you'd associate with anything alive at all, but the truth lies considerably deeper. Somewhere between 10 and 15 miles beneath that icy surface, researchers have found strong evidence of an enormous global ocean of liquid water, potentially reaching depths of up to 60 miles. Its total volume may be roughly twice as large as every ocean on Earth combined. Let that scale settle for a moment the way scale has needed to settle so many times tonight. An ocean twice the size of our own, hidden beneath ice, on a small moon orbiting a planet hundreds of millions of miles away. What scientists currently understand is that beneath Europa's icy shell lies salt water in enormous quantities and remarkably ancient. Roughly 4 billion years old, meaning this hidden ocean formed not long after the solar system itself first came into being. Given that kind of time scale combined with that volume of liquid water, the possibility of life having emerged somewhere within it no longer feels like an unreasonable stretch of imagination. It feels instead like a genuinely open scientific question. This possibility is significant enough that NASA has launched an entire mission specifically built around investigating it. The Europa Clipper spacecraft, currently making its long journey toward Jupiter, is expected to enter orbit around Europa sometime around 2030, with the explicit goal of finally answering whether life might exist beneath that ancient, hidden ice. Let your breathing stay slow and settled as we consider just how far this particular thread has traveled tonight. From a strange, salty lake discovered accidentally on the floor of the Red Sea, all the way out to a frozen moon orbiting Jupiter, connected the entire way by a single, simple, recurring idea: water, salt, darkness, and the patient, persistent possibility of life finding a way to exist regardless. Scientists remain convinced that water itself is one of the single most important ingredients for life to take hold anywhere at all. And that conviction is precisely why even researchers whose careers are dedicated entirely to exploring distant space increasingly find themselves looking back down toward the depths of our own ocean for answers. Because the latest research keeps suggesting the same quiet, remarkable possibility. The waters of our own planet may be hiding something every bit as mysterious, every bit as captivating as anything still waiting to be discovered out in the vast, boundless reaches of space. There's one more moon worth knowing about tonight, one that has, in some respects, already provided more direct evidence of a habitable environment than either Mars or Europa. Let your breathing stay slow and curious as we travel even further out into the solar system, now towards Saturn and one of its smaller moons called Enceladus. Despite its modest size, barely large enough to be considered a major moon at all, Enceladus has become one of the most closely studied bodies in the entire outer solar system for a very particular reason. In 2005, NASA's Cassini spacecraft, orbiting Saturn and its many moons, observed something nobody had fully expected. Enormous plumes of water vapor and ice particles erupting from cracks near the moon's south pole, jetting hundreds of miles out into space. These plumes weren't a one-time event. They continue, even now, a near-constant geyser system venting material from whatever lies beneath the moon's icy surface. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider what this tells us. Active geysers like this require a source. Cassini's instruments, flying directly through some of these plumes during later passes, detected not just water, but salt, organic molecules, and even traces of hydrogen. Byproducts consistent with exactly the kind of chemical reactions happening at hydrothermal vents here on Earth. The same vents responsible for the tube worm ecosystems we discussed earlier tonight. Beneath Enceladus's icy shell lies a global ocean, similar in basic concept to the one believed to exist on Europa, though considerably smaller given the moon's modest overall size. What makes Enceladus particularly exciting to astrobiologists is that this ocean appears to be in direct contact with the moon's rocky core, creating exactly the kind of hydrothermal activity that, on Earth, supports rich, complex ecosystems entirely independent of sunlight. In other words, Enceladus may not just have liquid water, it may have active, ongoing chemistry remarkably similar to the conditions that support life around our own deep ocean vents, conditions we've already confirmed repeatedly can sustain thriving biological communities right here on our own planet. Let that possibility settle alongside everything else we've explored tonight. From a research vessel in the Red Sea to brine pools beneath the Gulf of Mexico to ice cracks On a small moon orbiting Saturn, the same basic chemistry keeps appearing again and again in places that, at first glance, seem to have nothing whatsoever in common with one another. Scientists are already planning future missions specifically designed to fly directly through Enceladus's plumes, searching for clearer signs of biological activity within the material being ejected. Until then, the question remains open, suspended quietly between possibility and confirmation, exactly the way so many of tonight's mysteries have remained patiently, waiting for someone eventually to find the answer. There's one final distant world worth knowing about before we let this entire journey settle fully into rest. Different in character from everything else we've explored tonight, yet connected by the same underlying curiosity about where else beyond Earth something resembling an ocean might exist. Let your breathing stay slow and gentle as we travel, one last time far out into the solar system toward Titan, the largest moon orbiting Saturn. Unlike Europa or Enceladus, Titan's surface isn't covered in ice concealing a hidden ocean beneath. It has actual lakes and seas visible directly on its surface, the only place beyond Earth where standing liquid has been directly observed and photographed. But the liquid filling these lakes isn't water at all. It's methane and ethane, kept liquid by Titan's extraordinarily cold surface temperature, hovering around minus 179 degrees Celsius. Spacecraft have photographed shorelines, river channels, even what appear to be waves rippling gently across these strange hydrocarbon seas, an entire alien hydrological cycle complete with rain and evaporation, operating on chemistry entirely different from anything found in Earth's own water cycle. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider what this means for the broader question we've returned to so many times tonight. Could anything resembling life exist within these methane seas? The conditions are so different from anything found in Earth's brine pools, hydrothermal vents, or any of the extreme environments we've discussed that scientists remain genuinely uncertain. Life, as we understand it, depends fundamentally on water as a solvent for its essential chemistry. Whether some entirely different form of chemistry, built around liquid methane rather than water, could support something resembling life is one of the more speculative, open questions in all of astrobiology. Some researchers have proposed theoretical models for what such life might look like, built around entirely different molecular structures suited to methane's particular chemical properties. Nothing has been confirmed. Nothing may ever be confirmed, given how difficult and expensive a dedicated mission to study Titan's lakes directly would be. Let that open, unresolved possibility settle quietly alongside everything else tonight has offered. From brine pools hidden beneath our own ocean to ice-covered seas on Europa and Enceladus, to strange methane lakes on a moon orbiting Saturn, the question of where life might exist and what forms it might take remains wonderfully, productively open. You don't need to resolve any of these questions before sleep tonight. They'll still be there tomorrow, patient and curious, exactly as they've been for as long as anyone has been asking them. There's one more moon worth knowing about tonight, one that has, in some respects, already provided more direct evidence of a habitable environment than either Mars or Europa. Let your breathing stay slow and curious as we travel even further out to Enceladus, a small icy moon orbiting Saturn. At first glance, it appears similarly frozen and lifeless to Europa, its surface a brilliant, almost blindingly white shell of ice, among the most reflective objects anywhere in the solar system. But in 2005, the Cassini spacecraft passing close to Enceladus during its long mission studying Saturn and its many moons photographed something nobody fully expected. Massive plumes of water vapor and ice particles erupting from cracks near the moon's south pole, shooting outward into space at speeds exceeding 800 miles per hour. These plumes provided something remarkable: direct, physical evidence of liquid water existing beneath Enceladus's icy surface, evidence that didn't require any indirect radar interpretation or theoretical modeling. The moon was, quite literally, spraying samples of its hidden ocean directly out into space, where a passing spacecraft could fly straight through the plume and analyze exactly what it contained. And what Cassini found when it did exactly that surprised even the scientists running the mission. The plumes contained not just water, but organic molecules, the basic chemical building blocks generally associated with life. They also contained molecular hydrogen, a compound that here on Earth is often produced by the same kind of hydrothermal vent activity we explored earlier tonight in the Mariana Trench. Let that connection settle for a moment. The same basic chemistry powering life around deep-sea vents on our own ocean floor appears to be happening right now, in an ocean hidden beneath the ice of a small moon orbiting Saturn, hundreds of millions of miles from Earth. This discovery elevated Enceladus almost overnight to one of the most promising candidates anywhere in the solar system for finding evidence of life beyond our own planet. Unlike Europa, where any ocean lies buried under miles of solid ice with no easy way to sample it directly, Enceladus appears to be doing researchers an enormous favor, actively ejecting samples of its hidden ocean directly into space, freely available for any spacecraft equipped to fly through and analyze them. Scientists have proposed several future missions specifically designed to fly directly through these plumes, equipped with considerably more sensitive instruments than Cassini originally carried, capable of detecting potential biological signatures with far greater precision. None of these missions have launched yet, though serious proposals continue circulating within the scientific community, building on what Cassini's brief, accidental encounter with the plumes first revealed. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider just how many separate, independent lines of evidence keep pointing toward the same basic conclusion. Mars, with its hidden subsurface lakes. Europa, with its vast, ancient, ice-covered ocean. Enceladus, actively spraying evidence of its own hidden sea directly into space. Three entirely separate worlds, each one suggesting in its own particular way that liquid water and possibly the basic chemistry needed to support life may be considerably more common throughout our solar system than anyone assumed only a few decades ago. There's a quiet, recurring theme connecting every single mystery we've explored tonight, from the deepest trench on Earth all the way out to the icy moons of distant planets. Water finds a way to persist almost everywhere conditions allow even the smallest possibility of it. And wherever water persists, even briefly, even under the most extreme conditions imaginable, life, in some form, seems to find a way to follow. Let that pattern settle gently over you now, the way every pattern tonight has settled, slowly, patiently, into a story far larger than any single mystery on its own. You're part of that same pattern too in your own way. Water makes up most of your own body, the same basic substance connecting you to every brine pool, every hidden lake, every distant ocean we've discussed tonight, however different the specific details might be. There's a quiet question worth sitting with gently before we move into the final stretch of tonight's journey towards sleep. Why does any of this matter? Why do people risk cracked windows, crushing pressure, and genuine danger simply to look at a patch of seafloor nobody strictly needed to see? Let your breathing stay slow and easy as we consider this together. Part of the answer is simply curiosity, the same basic human impulse that has driven exploration since long before anyone had submersibles or satellites, or any of the tools we've discussed tonight. Something exists, undiscovered, and the not knowing creates its own particular kind of pull. An itch that only gets satisfied by going and looking directly, regardless of how difficult or dangerous that looking turns out to be. But there's something more practical too, woven through nearly everything we've explored tonight. Each discovery, the brine pools, the hydrothermal vents, the extremophiles thriving in conditions that once seemed completely impossible, has reshaped, in some meaningful way, our understanding of what life actually requires in order to exist. Every time scientists expand that boundary, they expand simultaneously the range of places where we might reasonably expect to find life elsewhere, on Mars, on Europa, on Enceladus, on Titan. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider how directly connected these two pursuits actually are. Exploring our own ocean's deepest, strangest corners isn't separate from the search for life beyond Earth. It's an essential, foundational part of that same search. Since nearly everything we currently understand about how extreme conditions can support life was first learned right here, in our own waters, long before anyone seriously considered applying those lessons to other worlds. There's also something quieter at stake, something less about practical scientific application and more about simple human wonder. The trench, the brine pools, the bioluminescent creatures drifting through total darkness, all of it exists regardless of whether any human being ever witnesses it directly. And yet something in us seems to need to witness it anyway, to know, even secondhand, through stories like this one, that such things are real, that the world contains genuine mystery and strangeness that doesn't depend on us at all to continue existing. Let that particular comfort settle quietly into you now as we move toward the final part of tonight's story. The ocean's strangest corners will continue existing tomorrow exactly as they have tonight, completely independent of whether you remember every detail we've covered, completely independent of anything happening in your own life. There's a kind of permission in that. You don't need to hold on to any of it too tightly. You can simply let it exist somewhere out there while you rest here, completely at ease. You've traveled through an extraordinary amount of ocean tonight. From the deepest trench on the entire planet, down past the wreck of Walsh and Pickard's cracked window, all the way to the bottom of Challenger Deep. Through the unsolved disappearances scattered across the Bermuda Triangle, the violent volcanic waters of the Dragon's Triangle, the whirlpools of Norway, the rogue waves off South Africa, the eerie emptiness of Point Nemo. Down into hidden lakes buried beneath the Red Sea, the Gulf of Mexico, the Eastern Mediterranean, each one a small, self-contained world of lethal salt and quiet, stubborn life. And finally, outward, beyond our own planet entirely, toward Mars and Europa, toward oceans that may exist on worlds we've never set foot on. Let your body settle fully now, heavier than it's been at any point tonight, into wherever you happen to be resting. What connects every single one of these places, from the trench to the triangle to the brine pools to the ice of a distant moon, is the same simple, persistent fact. The ocean in all its forms on this planet and possibly others keeps finding ways to surprise us, keeps holding mysteries in reserve, tucked away in places almost nobody will ever personally witness, waiting patiently to eventually be found. Some of those mysteries get solved, eventually, through patient research and careful observation. The bloop turned out to be ice fracturing, not some impossible monster lurking in the deep. The underwater lakes turned out to be a matter of ancient salt deposits and tectonic plumbing, not magic, not anything supernatural. And some mysteries remain genuinely unsolved. Even now, nobody has ever found a single piece of wreckage from Flight 19. Nobody fully knows why certain stretches of ocean seem to claim ships and aircraft so completely, so thoroughly, leaving behind nothing at all to explain what happened. Let your breathing stay slow and settled as you sit with that uncertainty one final time tonight. Not every question needs answering before you're allowed to rest. Some mysteries are simply permitted to exist, unresolved, quietly, the way the deepest parts of this ocean have existed, unresolved, for as long as the ocean itself has existed. There's a particular kind of comfort available in that thought, if you let yourself sit with it. The Mariana Trench has been sitting there in total darkness for longer than human history has existed, and it will continue sitting there long after tonight ends, indifferent to whether you understand every detail of how it formed, indifferent to whether scientists ever fully explain the Bermuda Triangle, indifferent to almost everything except its own quiet, patient continuation. You don't need to resolve any of tonight's mysteries before you sleep. You only need to let them rest alongside you, unsolved and unthreatening, the way a half-finished story can still be set down gently at the end of a long day, with every intention of picking it back up again some other time. Let your body grow heavier now. Let your shoulders settle that final small amount they have left to give. Let your hands rest open, exactly where they are. Somewhere right now, 27,000 feet below the surface of the Pacific, the trench continues existing in total silence, exactly as it always has. Somewhere right now, a brine pool in the Red Sea continues quietly receiving its steady supply of warm, salty water, exactly as it has for thousands, possibly millions of years. Somewhere right now, deep beneath Europa's icy shell, an ancient ocean continues its silent existence, 4 billion years old, entirely indifferent to anyone wondering whether something might be living within it. None of it requires anything from you tonight. You can simply rest. Let each breath grow a little slower than the one before it. Let your body settle completely, the way pressure settles evenly across a submersible hull built specifically to withstand it. Let your thoughts drift the way brine drifts downward through ancient cracks in forgotten seafloor, patient, unhurried. finding their way gently towards stillness. There's nowhere else you need to be tonight, nothing left to understand, nothing left to solve, just this quiet, this dark, this vast, patient ocean holding its mysteries the way it always has, asking nothing of you except to rest. There's one final creature worth knowing about tonight, perhaps the single most extreme survivor found anywhere on this entire planet, connecting almost every thread we've explored so far into one final, remarkable example. Let your breathing stay slow and curious as we consider the tardigrade, a microscopic creature, smaller than a grain of sand, found in environments ranging from deep ocean sediment to mountain glaciers to the moss growing in an ordinary back garden. Despite its unassuming size, the tardigrade has demonstrated a capacity for survival that borders on the genuinely unbelievable. It can survive temperatures dropping below -200 degrees Celsius and temperatures rising above 150 degrees Celsius, conditions that would destroy almost any other complex organism within seconds. It can survive pressure, exceeding even the crushing depths of Challenger Deep, and it can survive the near-total vacuum of outer space itself, having been deliberately exposed to the open environment beyond Earth's atmosphere during several scientific missions and surviving the experience with no apparent harm. Let your body stay settled and calm as we consider how something this small manages something this extraordinary. When conditions become too hostile to sustain ordinary biological processes, a tardigrade enters a state called cryptobiosis, essentially suspending its own metabolism almost entirely, reducing its water content dramatically, and replacing it with a protective sugar that prevents its cellular structures from being damaged during the dormancy. In this state, it can remain suspended for years, even decades, before rehydrating and resuming ordinary biological activity the moment conditions become survivable again. There's something worth sitting with in that particular strategy one final time tonight. When the environment becomes too extreme, too hostile, too uncertain, the tardigrade doesn't fight against it directly. It simply withdraws temporarily into a state of complete stillness, conserving everything it has, waiting patiently for conditions to improve, however long that takes. Let your own body borrow a little of that same wisdom now, in these final minutes before sleep properly arrives. You don't need to fight against tiredness, or push through it, or resist the pull toward rest in any way at all. You can simply allow yourself to withdraw gently into stillness, the same way the tardigrade withdraws into its own protected dormancy, trusting completely that whatever you need to return to tomorrow will still be there, waiting, exactly as patiently as it's always waited, for as long as you need to rest first. From the tardigrade's microscopic resilience to the extremophiles thriving in brine pools to the snailfish surviving crushing pressure at the bottom of the trench, tonight's entire journey has circled back, again and again, to the same quiet, remarkable truth. Life finds a way to persist in nearly every condition this planet and possibly others can offer, and tonight, in your own much gentler way, you're simply allowed to do the same, to persist quietly into rest, trusting the same patient resilience that runs through everything we've explored together. There's one last thread worth gathering before we let everything settle fully into sleep tonight. Let your breathing stay slow and deep as we consider how much ground we've covered together. From the cracked window of the Trieste, descending into Challenger Deep, to ghost ships and vanished aircraft scattered across the Bermuda Triangle, to volcanic violence in the Dragon's Triangle, to whirlpools and rogue waves and the strange, empty silence of Point Nemo. From hidden lakes buried beneath the Red Sea to the slow chemistry that built them across millions of years, to the extremophiles thriving in water lethal to nearly everything else, to tube worms clustering around scalding vents discovered entirely by accident, and finally outward, toward Mars, toward Europa, toward Enceladus, toward Titan's strange methane seas, each one carrying forward the same basic question this entire ocean has been quietly asking all along. Where can life exist, and what does it actually need to begin? Let your body settle fully now, heavier than it has been at any point tonight, into wherever you happen to be resting. Every single one of these places, however different they seem on the surface, shares something in common. They all exist within the same vast, patient, 4 billion year story this ocean has been writing since long before anything resembling human curiosity existed to ask questions about it. The trench was already ancient before the Bermuda Triangle ever claimed a single ship. The brine pools were already forming before anyone had a name for chemosynthesis. The questions about life on Europa and Titan are simply the newest chapter in a story that the ocean itself has been quietly living out the entire time, indifferent to whether anyone above the surface happens to be paying attention. You don't need to carry any of tonight's mysteries forward into tomorrow. You don't need to remember every depth, every date, every strange chemical name. You only need to let the general feeling settle gently, the way everything else has settled tonight, that the world is larger and stranger and more patient than any single day could ever properly contain. That uncertainty is allowed to simply exist, unresolved, without requiring your effort to fix it before you're permitted to rest. Let that feeling carry you the rest of the way now towards sleep, the same way the ocean has carried every mystery we've discussed tonight, patiently, without rushing, for as long as it has existed and for as long as it will continue to exist, long after tonight is over. There's one truly final thought worth carrying with you gently as tonight's entire journey comes to its close. Let your breathing settle into its slowest, most natural rhythm yet. Everything we've explored together tonight, the crushing pressure of Challenger Deep, the silent disappearances of the Bermuda Triangle, the violent beauty of volcanic vents, the strange, salty patience of brine pools hidden beneath 3 different seas, the distant, icy possibilities of Europa, and Enceladus and Titan, shares one final quality worth noticing before you let it all go completely. None of it ever rushes. The trench took 30 million years to reach its current depth and continues, even now, deepening by fractions of an inch. The brine pools took millions of years of evaporation, burial, and patient tectonic plumbing before they ever existed at all. The hidden ocean beneath Europa's ice has been sitting there, quietly, for 4 billion years, waiting, without any particular urgency, for someone to eventually ask the right question about what it might contain. Let your own body borrow that same complete absence of urgency now. There's nothing left to rush toward tonight, no depth left to reach, no mystery left to solve before sleep is permitted to arrive. Only this slow, patient settling. The same quality of patience that built every single wonder we've explored together over the past several hours. The ocean will still be here tomorrow, holding its mysteries exactly as carefully as it has tonight. The trench will still be the deepest point on Earth. The brine pools will still be quietly exchanging their warm, salty water. Somewhere, an extremophile will still be converting sulfur into the energy it needs to survive another day in conditions that would kill almost anything else. None of it needs you to stay awake for it to continue. You can let go now completely, trusting that everything we've explored tonight will remain exactly where it was, patient and unchanged, whenever you happen to think of it again. Sleep well. Let the dark hold you the way it has held every mystery in this story, gently, completely, for as long as needed. There is nothing more to understand tonight, nothing more to measure, to search for, to explain. Only this slow, steady drift toward rest, carrying you the same patient way every depth, every current, every quiet mystery in this story has always moved. Let it carry you all the way now, gently, into sleep. 27 people have ever stood at the bottom of Challenger Deep. Right now, the trench continues exactly as it always has, in total darkness, regardless of how few have seen it. The brine pools continue their slow, steady exchange of warm, salt water, rising and settling, the way they have for thousands of years. A hidden ocean beneath Europa's ice continues its silent 4 billion year history, untouched by anything happening on the surface above it. None of it needs anything from you. You can simply rest. Let each breath come a little slower than the last. Let your body settle fully into stillness. There's nowhere else you need to be tonight, nothing left to solve. Just this quiet, this dark, this vast, patient ocean holding its mysteries the way it always has. Sleep now, if you haven't already. The trench will still be there tomorrow, the brine pools will still be there, the questions that remain unanswered will still be waiting, patiently, whenever anyone is ready to ask them again. Rest now, completely. Let go of whatever's left to let go of. Go gently into the dark, into the deep, into the long, quiet, restoring night. Sleep well. Follow unseen ocean history for more deep ocean mysteries.